Good day and good evening, and welcome to Dailies Hangout stream with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. I will mainly be playing tank tonight, so I will be filling that slot. Hopefully everyone else is willing to play healer and DPS for me, or co-tank when it comes to that. As usual, we will be going down the list of... We'll be going down the list of roulettes. We'll do expert level 90, 5, 6, 7, 8, leveling, trials, alliance, normal raids, and then we'll finish with P12 and Thalian. That is just how we do it every time, so no big surprises there. We'll see how quickly we get through it. I also want to mention something for anyone who might not be in the swing of things with that yet. Remember, there's still the Mughal Treasure Trove event. There's a new mini-mog. There's a new weekly objective. An important thing, which I feel like might be necessary to highlight for everyone. The mini-mog is the same for everyone, and you only have to do one of these objectives. I am reasonably confident, based on what I heard from Coco, that it has to be the Grand Company hunt mark, the one you get from the little billboard there. Or you can do a treasure hunt with specifically this kind of map, because it says so. For the weekly objective, yours will be different from everyone else's. For example, some people get extremely boring objectives where you just get the same one every week. Wouldn't it be hilarious if week 3 I get Sophia again? So that one, you might be stuck with an objective that is annoying. I believe Coco said that they got Hidden Gorge, which is of course absolutely excellent. So yeah, just roll exactly, Matthew, with the dice. Just roll and hope for good luck. But yeah, it is a very good idea to do these objectives, especially your weekly objective, because it gives 20, whereas the mini-mog gives 10. It's still way better than doing any of these objectives. Like, the only thing that can even reach that is if you get the slices right, perfectly right. Then you'll get 10 from there. And that's still worse than the weekly objective. So just try and do it if you can. You just have to do it once. Yeah, just remember, Mughal Treasure Trove is still going on, and we have until, I believe it's like March. Let me see. I believe they say the 11th, March 11th is the last day. So, you know, don't rush, but just remember that you don't have infinite time if there's specific rewards you really want to be sure that you get. That's pretty much it. With that said, we're going to be doing dailies. Basically just going down the list. Apparently my Fractal Continuum heart was still there. I was totally not testing something. Absolutely not. I absolutely didn't sit in Fractal Continuum testing something. That's totally not what happened. Right then, so if you would like to join for Expert Roulette, come on over to me. And I see there's a lot of people here. If you don't know where we are on Louisoire Chaos. And we are, of course, at my house. I'll go over and show where that is in just a moment. And also, more importantly, hey Gazel, hey Sig, hey Rust, hey Traverse, hey Matthew, hey Siren, hey Edoret, hey Tristan, and hey Michael. I hope you're all doing very well. I got Circus Tower Reborn. See, that's not bad. This is where we are on Louisoire Chaos in EU. And hey Grau, hope you're doing well as well. Michael asks, what's the intro music? I believe it's called Dreamwalker. It is picked up from the Lopritz tribe quests. I believe you have to get to like 7 or 8 rank with them to be allowed to buy it. And for anyone curious what the end slate music are on the streams, and also the music that is in the background of most of my videos, that is the Omicron song, Cradle of Hope. So if you want the music I use, you have to do some tribes, and you have specifically to do crafting and gathering. Which might be very backwards, considering the enormous amount of gathering and crafting content I make on the channel, right? Right? That's a lot of healers. Oh, I'll also switch to a healer. Huh? Huh? It's the blue healer. Right. When are we getting Small Kai's crafting side quest? That's a good question. Maybe we'll do... Sorry, just a moment. Maybe we will do Small Kai's crafting and gathering side quest, like when we finished all of the more of the combat stuff. Like we're still making our way up to have a tank. I wonder if we should level Astrologian up to max before we do it as well. That we have the Endwalker raids and Alliance raids we want to do once on Small Kai. But then maybe after that. Although that might also not be super entertaining, come to think of it, I do wonder. Right, are you three seriously wanting to be triple healer for this? Or quadruple healer for this? Well, we can do the funny one. Hey Zach, hope you're doing well, and hey Fila, hope you're doing well as well. And Coco. And Ham. Ham? Ham. Still working on that one, I guess. Ham? Imagine dying with 4 healers in the party. I know, right? Actually, I do recall that... so we did, a long time ago at this point, we did do on the Oops All Healers stream a long time ago, we did do Expert Roulette. Actually, we did a whole bunch of roulettes with only healers. And it ended up being so easy that we ended up, like, changing... the plan near the end. It wasn't because it was a problem, really. It's just that if your entire group are all healers, then everything is going to take an eternity to get done. And it's going to feel a little bit like a solo challenge stream in a way, except there's no stakes whatsoever, because you're not going to die. Gasless Scholars, so there's 5 healers. Oh yeah, I guess so. Yeah, basically, if you have a full team of healers, what's going to happen is you just have, like, every fight just takes way longer. Which is, that's the typical problem with the challenge that you face in solo challenge is... by the time that you've discovered that there's no danger in the encounter and you're not going to lose, the boss is still at like 50 or 60%, which removes all of the like, it makes it not as exciting. Oh yeah, hey 11, we prepared the fish just for you. Exactly, just for you. What are the chances? How many times have we done this? I don't think I've seen that mechanic resolve, like, ever. That's not too much slower than normal. Three times since you commented on it. It was probably more than that. This is like the polar opposite of the full speedrun group where you have warrior and 3 DPS. This is the no danger group composition. Hey Mia, hope you're doing well. Whoops. What is that group composition? They really wanted to have a healer-only group. That's also why I'm playing warrior. Hey Aradel, hope you're doing well. The actually immortal flames group. It's the dungeon optimal group, of course. Yeah, exactly. Warrior plus something. It says a lot about how insanely busted warrior is in dungeon content when basically any group composition trying to optimize any strategy, it's pretty much always warrior that is the best choice for the tank slot. I do seriously wonder if Bloodwedding is going to stay like this going into Dawn Trail. Your message, Coco? It's going to get another 10% mitigation. They just add another one. They make bloodwetting last 10 seconds. Maybe you had too many repeat letters, Coco? So it thought that it was spam? I don't know, I can't see it either. So it actually did go poof. Oh, this time it worked. They just Dawn Trail, they make bloodwetting last 10 seconds and have like an additional like they make the basic effect 10 seconds, like 12 seconds long, and then they have the 4 second 10% damage reduction they add on top. That one becomes extended to 8 seconds, and then they add another 10% damage reduction that lasts 4 seconds. And that one is of course called Stem the Memes. And it just like the next expansion after that, they just add an additional 4 seconds to the thing. Bloodwetting now actually does your laundry and walks your pet. Really should. That's the only thing really missing. The shield now works like Heimer. You get 5 of them. And also make it so that bloodwetting, in addition to the healing it does, also applies a shield to you each of the hits. And they're individual barriers. So just see the warrior like go in, do 1 GCD, and then it just goes with individual barrier buffs, and their health bar just like the largest barrier above them just appears immediately. Dawn Trail will turn it into a passive. You know, we would get there eventually. If we just add 4 seconds with each expansion, then eventually we would land at a point where bloodwetting would outlast its cooldown. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if they made it so that bloodwetting isn't this good, at least. You know, that is also a possibility, Han. They'll give it the inner release treatment. The blood weapon treatment, actually. Where they just make it, well, you're going to get 4, right? So we'll just let you have 4. Also gives you guaranteed crits and free cast fell cleaves throughout the duration. You just click on bloodwetting and your character just autoplays for like 30 seconds. And yes, 30, because then it has full uptime. You just click bloodwetting and the game just works. It just works. Yeah, anyway, my point is I would not be surprised if they rework bloodwetting to something else. Or at least nerf it substantially with Dawn Trail. So, yeah, any warrior mains, make sure you make the most of it while you have it. Just in case it does get reworked. Oh yeah, we are all auras, aren't we? The shortest average height we could possibly have without bringing any Lalafels. Oh, and we get the easy configuration, of course. Oh boy. I feel like normally the fight should be over by now. Sorry. That's the Johnny Test whip crack is a bait. I don't think I can make that up on the spot. But I know exactly what you're thinking of. I saw this clip where someone had like they had removed everything except the whip crack sound effects from a Johnny Test episode, and despite that, there were still like 10 minutes or something. What do you mean, Hans? There's perhaps they add a spike effect that reflects a big part of the pre-mitigation damage. Do you mean to bloodwetting or to the enemies? Because I mean, I think we're onto something if they started adding something that would actually, like, damage reflection might actually be something that would deter people from doing gigapulls. You know? That could work. Like if they clearly, as it stands right now, we're pulling as much as we can in dungeons. As much as we can. If you add mobs to dungeons that reflect some of the damage you do, then, well, yeah. Actually, I think you're right there, Traverse. What's going to happen is people are going to die because the healers can't keep up with that, and then people are going to be like, where are the heals at? But I do think that it is funny that the current solution is just put walls everywhere. Right. So, next up, we are doing level 90 dungeons. If you want to come along for level 90 dungeons, come on over to me. Well, we have at least 3 new additions, so I think we will do a full swap. Yeah. Like so. That everyone gets to play. We actually have a huge amount of people here, so there is a real possibility that you could make additional groups if you want. All DPS. I mean, we can also do that. I was expecting to like mix up the tanks that I play, but we can also do all of the crazy things just for the fun of it. That is totally fine with me. That of course means we can do a really fast one this time, but I have to get good instead. It's not the first time I've done that. Yeah, Siren says, an enemy that counters with a Doom that can't be a Sunat or has an Enrage is good for countering large pulls. I mean, what would you... So do you mean... Are you suggesting, like, if Doom isn't removed with a Suna, then it has to be removed with something else? So... Are you suggesting that it is removed by healing fully? Because if that's what it does, then Warrior still is the best tank to deal with the problem. Removed by killing the enemy quickly? Well, they can still do that. Like, the whole point of doing a large AoE pull is doing this. But I guess if you mean it's a single mob that is tanky enough that you can't just kill it quickly, then that could work. But yeah, that could work. Usually if they want you to kill one specific mob and make that threatening, they usually force you to fight it, like they do in Kitana Ravel, for example. But then again, the second one of those mobs near the start, that one you can pull everything to. Weirdly. Who even needs equilibrium? That is true, Jacob. I believe in the Criterion dungeons, they have mobs that have, like, tank busters that are individually too scary to take, like, close together. So you have to get pretty smart about it. And the reason why I say that is because I'm pretty sure that there have been done maybe not full wall-to-wall pulls, but there have been done multiple pack pulls in Criterion dungeons just because, of course, people will try that. And when I say try that, I of course mean tried and succeeded. So that's the thing, is that unless they add some extremely obnoxious mechanic that outright prevents you from being able to survive it, there's a reasonable chance that the players will always find a way to not have to pull carefully. I hope you get well soon, Sharo. Yeah, exactly, Jacob. The thing is that unless there's enough mobs that do something like that, that you can't have multiple packs because it's overwhelming, then people will just pull anyway. Like in a normal dungeon setting, of course, in Alo Alo, you're usually in a somewhat prepared group, so you'd only do that if everyone's in on it. I'd hope, at least. That you don't just do giga pulls for the memes with strangers in Criterion. Zion says, or Heaven's Ward strats with mobs that share buffs that make the pack unkillable. I don't know. If you make it so that there's literally no way to do it, then you might as well just put up a wall, right? Like that's the key here, is that right now the solution that we have, that there's just walls preventing you from pulling more, is the most effective solution. Because if the intention is you don't get to pull more than this, then there's no point in teasing it by saying, oh, you can, you'll just die if you do, but you can do it. Like, if they make it so that, like, if they make it so that the mobs are invulnerable if they get too closely together, they might as well just make, like, a kill switch that makes it so that if this and this, like, mobs from this pack and mobs from this pack get too close to each other, they just do a detonation and everyone dies, right? Which is, I guess, the reason why they just settled for walls. Yeah, that could also work, Michael. That they just make it so that the mobs get stronger if you pull them together. Like, that could work. The key thing is that if you're making it so that the punishment for pulling 2 packs at once is, you lose, then you might as well just not allow it at all, right? But if you just make it harder, then that's a different story. But I can see why. They'd, like, the development team would rather not do that. Because the thing is, many of the wall-to-wall pulls we see today are things where it's like, I done goofed. I think I'm dead. Yep, I'm dead. I greeted too hard and I'm dead. Can 3 DPS do it, I wonder? My bad. Give more mobs threatening casts you can interrupt. If you pull too much, they start going off with casts that buff the pack or similar. You could do that, yeah. That could be a way to do it. There are actually packs where they've done that. For example, in the twinning, they have these lizard monsters that cast Berserk, which you can stun and interrupt to stop it. But what it does is it increases the damage of the mob, significantly so. But the problem is that what happens is they get completely ignored in some groups, and then the tank takes more damage than usual, and the healer gets more work to do. Oh look, it's Obama himself. They should be using Adlo instead of Physic there. Probably, yeah. But yeah, exactly, it's a Cerebral Kitty. It's a good idea. The big problem is that if they make the packs more challenging, and this is also what it ultimately ends up circling back to every time, is if they make it so that pulling 2 packs at once makes both of the packs stronger, then what's going to happen is the damage dealers don't care, the tank is going to pull just the same, because they always pull big, and the healer is going to be very stressed. And when it ends up in a wipe, because the group isn't prepared for it, the healers asked why they didn't heal more. That's usually how it ends up going, right? Unless there's an agreement on how much is normal to pull in a specific situation. Like, for example, in Stone Vigil, if you actually pull everything into the boss room and then wipe, it's usually the person who pulled all that is considered the crazy person. But if you pull 2 packs and you die, then people usually go, what happened? Like, who messed up? Because clearly this should be doable. And that is also what it kind of circles back to every time when the solution is there's a wall. And that's final. because then there's no discussion. You don't get to pull more than 2 packs, because the game decided this is a normal amount to pull. So it's simply a case, I think, of avoiding conflict. That's even the goal here. I don't actually know, Matthew. I believe the goal is mostly just discussing how we could make wall-to-wall pulls more interesting without ruining the... without, like, overwhelming the experience of the average player, maybe? I don't know. But I think the problem is that whatever we do end up with would just get corrupted by, well, the average group pulls this much. The Stone Vigil will also be like 20% harder than I think it will be. Yeah, that sounds about right. Michael says, do it for a level 100 dungeon, not a normal dungeon. Well, you have to remember that once... Oh, she's already dead. Once Dawn Trail stops being the new thing and the next expansion rolls around, then that dungeon with the crazy mechanic that we were suggesting here will be in a normal dungeon, right? And now we're back where we started. Zarf says, not Criterion, but I just did pull wall to wall in Stone Vigil hard. Start only to realize the scholar never uses Aetherflow and just spammed Physic. That's always fun. Exactly, Matthew. Precisely. That is actually the problem. That is actually exactly the problem. Like, if you try and make something to make wall-to-wall pulls more engaging and more difficult, the problem is that the average dungeon group is going to do a wall-to-wall pull. Because that's the gold standard. That's what you do. You're weird if you don't, right? So what's going to happen, as I was saying, is if you make the packs stronger, then the DPS will do the same. They'll play as if nothing's changed. The tank is likely to pull just the same as he's used to, or she's used to. And then be a little surprised when the mobs hit very hard. And the healer is the one who's going to sit with the problem when everyone's taking way more damage than expected. That's kind of, I think, part of where that whole healers adjust meme originates from, right? Is that if something unexpected happens, healer will handle it, ultimately. So that is a little bit of a difficult situation. If we make the dungeons harder to cater to people that find it too easy, then the average player will find it way too hard, because like the gold standard now is full big. Yep, you are coming through, Gazel. What's up? I mean, I met that kind of scholar that Zarf mentioned in Tower of Zot. So like a level 81 dungeon. Or 82, I guess. Oh yeah, yeah, Gazel, Zarf did say Stone Vigil hard. But yeah, I think I made the exact same error recently, that someone was saying something about Stone Vigil hard, and I assumed it was Stone Vigil normal. Oh wow. We're like at least 20% HP ahead on what I'd normally see with a balanced group. Hey Hangout, hope you're doing well. And yep, basically that. But this is also why I said earlier that I have a I have a feeling that Bloodwedding is getting nerfed in the next expansion. That's a lot of damage. It is kind of a problem when you have a tank. Oh, what's this? Oh. Huh. When you have a tank that is so insanely good that whenever you talk about anything related to tanks, you have to be like, alright, so this is how tanks play, this is how warrior plays, and then all over on the other end of the spectrum, you might almost have to be like, and this is how Dark Knight plays, because you have these like oppositions where you have like two middle of the pack tanks, one tank that is so completely busted that it's not even funny, and then you have a tank that is slightly weaker than the average in terms of dungeon pulls specifically. Like, it's kind of weird. So I'm glad to hear that you see it like that, Obama. Says I'm still in the 3rd expansion, but wow, late game dungeons look so cool. There's so much stuff happening everywhere. Yes, actually, I feel like it's easy for people to sometimes forget how much extra there is in the higher level content. Gazel says the Bloodwedding is balanced on a raid context. Very possible that it stays unchanged. That is true. I'm mainly saying that Bloodwedding might be so crazy good that they might choose to change it despite Bloodwedding being fine in a raid context. Like, we also have to remember that if they ever want to make a raid encounter where there is, like, an ad phase with a bunch of ads, like a bunch of them, then Warrior will seem a little busted, right? Like, if there's a bunch of ads in a Savage intermission or something, then Warrior will by far be the best. Just for that. So I could imagine that, like, they might make it so it doesn't heal per target, but then increase the healing it does so that it's more balanced. Like, the key problem with Bloodwedding is that Holy Sheltron heals for 1000 potency over its duration. Heart of Grundum heals for 900 potency over its duration. Bloodwedding heals for up to 1600 potency over its duration. And then also a 400 potency shield, of course, so it's actually 2000 on a single target. But if there's more than one target, then it's like, oh yeah, if there's 6 targets, then we're closer to 10,000. Gets a little too good, right? I think it would be more fair if it was just a fixed amount, if it connects. Like, if they made it so that Bloodwedding just is, if it hits something, then it heals for X potency. They could make it 800 potency heal then for all I care to make it still bad. It's still great, but not broken. That would also be interesting, Gazel. I just feel like the way that we have it right now is that the dungeons are getting completely memed on by warriors. And one way to make dungeons a little more threatening would be to, like, reel in warrior and then make sure that the tanks are actually like decently equal in power or something, instead of making all tanks insane. But if they choose to make all tanks insane and then make dungeons insane, like to match, then I think we're getting somewhere. Then we might be getting somewhere. I do recall, this is also a thing that World of Warcraft went through. It's incredible amount, like all of the things that World of Warcraft goes through, where Final Fantasy XIV gets a similar experience. That in World of Warcraft there was a period where tanks could, like, they didn't need a healer. The healer was there to keep everyone else alive. And then at some point, I believe it was with Warlords of Draenor, that they decided tanks should rely on the healers more. So they heavily nerfed the self-sustainability of all the tanks. It kind of came back again. But the point is that they tried. Right? They tried. I'll say being a tank at that time was hilarious. How about the way single target attacks have AoE components with percentage potency? So heal normal for main target and let's say 30% for additional. They could do that as well. Just change expert roulette to ban healers and match players as one tank 3 DPS. That's an interesting solution. That is certainly an interesting solution. Also, hey Chikamano, hope you're doing well. And hey Angel, hope you're doing well as well. Right, so next one is 50, 60, 70, 80. So if you would like to come along for that, come on over to me. Healers being there for others wouldn't necessarily be bad either if dungeons did any significant damage to non-tanks. True. Let's see. I know Rust and Ham hasn't been in for anything yet. Coco, do you also want to come along? Because then... I'm taking that as a yes. In that case, we have a... We have a lot of people, actually. We have a lot of people. I do heavily recommend, like, if you want to not just hang out and stand around, you can join Gazel, who's making another group. Exactly, Obama. The reason why it is like this. You know, I'll switch to a different tank for this. How about we do Dark Knight? I'm sure that'll be fine. We can get a level 50 or 60 dungeon. The thing is, raw intuition wasn't insanely overpowered in Shadowbringers. So I'm not actually sure why they did that, Obama. I'm not actually sure. It's just that they decided that all tanks get a new upgrade, and then Dark Knight was the weird one that got an extra button with Endwalker at level 82. We just moved the healing into Holmgang and turned Warrior into Dark Knight. Ah, yes. It's like a back and forth. First we make Dark Knight into Warrior, and then we make Warrior into Dark Knight. And then we go back and make Dark Knight into Warrior again. Actually, before in Shadowbringers, Raw Intuition was a 20% damage reduction, if I remember correctly, but it didn't heal you. Nascent Flash was actually a lot more interesting, because the way Nascent Flash worked is that it healed you for, I believe it was 25% of the damage you did. So it was like lifesteal. But the thing is, for a good part of the expansion, you actually had to have a secondary target for it. They eventually made it so that you could target yourself with it, because it was very often that warriors would be fine if they could just use it on themselves. Like, no one else needed the healing, so why bother? So they made it so that you didn't have to target someone. And then they reworked it, like they removed the lifesteal effect. and replaced it with just flat healing that healed for like 3 times more than the original life-stealing effect. Hey Bronto, hope you're doing well. It's I wonder if what went quote unquote wrong with bloodletting is that they gave warriors kind of like a new tool, and it turned out that it was really good, like insanely good. And now they've kind of like designed, at least in part, the way they want the warrior to be based on that. So they're kind of stuck with that. They don't want to change it in the middle of an expansion, which I could see why. Like that's the thing, is that we know from how they've said they don't want to like change a job too much in the middle of an expansion unless they absolutely have to. Is the reason why we were told near the start of Endwalker, they were like, oh yeah, we're going to rework Dragoon and Astrologian. And then a little while later, they were like, actually, we're going to do that in the next expansion. It's too big of a rework for a patch. And then they reworked Paladin instead. Apparently that wasn't too big for a patch. And I don't know what they should do with bloodletting if they want to rework it, right? There was actually a time where Raw Intuition was even more interesting, Jacob. Because if we go backwards through time, Raw Intuition did what it does now. Then it was then before that, it was a 20% damage reduction cooldown that shared cooldown with Nascent Flash, obviously. So you could choose between a big damage reduction effect or healing. Because I don't believe Nascent Flash actually granted any self-heal, like any damage reduction whatsoever back in Shadowbringers. So it was like one or the other. Then even further back, the way Raw Intuition worked in Stormblood, and I believe before that, was that you automatically... I believe it was you automatically parry all attacks from the front. But attacks from any other side is an automatic crit. So you automatically get crit from all other sides, so you take like 40% more damage from everywhere else. And this is extra interesting because in Stormblood you could choose a roll action which made you uncrittable, and the way that interacted with Raw Intuition was that actually the way Raw Intuition worked is you parry all attacks, but you get crit from the back and the sides. Which meant that if you are immune to crits, you automatically parry the attacks from the sides and the back. The reason being that you cannot parry a critical hit. Like, you can't... an attack can't both be parried and a critical hit. Like, logically that makes perfectly good sense. Because if it's a critical hit, that would suggest you hit them right in their weak spot, right? Their weak spot is never right on their weapon. And yeah, pretty much, Bronto. When they reworked Paladin real quick, they kinda just turned it into Gunbreaker. Which is why I'm also saying it wouldn't shock me in the slightest if they had more changes for Paladin in the works for Dawntrail. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if come Dawntrail, they're like, well, we weren't finished. I believe we spoke about this on a recent stream, but like the general problem with Paladin in Endwalker, early Endwalker, was that it worked so poorly with the 2-minute burst meta that it was clearly behind the other tanks. Like, it wasn't so bad that it wasn't viable. I'm not saying that. Paladin could do all of the content. It absolutely could. But if the job is so far behind that it is obvious that it is weaker than the other tanks, at damage, which is what people usually look at, then that can cause trouble for people that want to play Paladin, right? If you actually want to play Paladin, but everyone will choose any other tank but Paladin just because of damage problems, then it makes sense to change the job so that it works better. And I do recall that they buffed Paladin's magic burst like 2 or 3 times before they went, rework it. Like every patch, or at least every major patch, Paladin got another massive buff to its magic burst. So it's not like they just went and gave up immediately. They tried to make it work with just buffs. It just wasn't good enough, it seems. Yeah, exactly, Bronto. The major difference between Gunbreaker and Paladin is that Gunbreaker has slightly more buttons. A little bit like Dark Knight and Warrior. At least attack rotation wise, right? But I also, something that I do want to say in regards to Dark Knight is that something that I've noticed, at least at max level, is that I've played around with it a bunch more somewhat recently, and I feel like Dark Knight is a little bit like Astrologian in a way, which might sound really weird. But what I mean by that is that Astrologian is as good as all the other healers at healing. At times it is better, in fact, right? Because it can split all of its tools up like that. Because it has so many buttons. But because Astrologian has all those tools, it has to work harder for the same results as like a white mage. And because of the way that it has all of those cards, it has to work harder, again, for the same damage result as a white mage, where the white mage just goes Lamau Glare and Presence of Mind and more glares. The same is a little bit true for Dark Knight, in that you have to work a lot harder because you actually have to make use of all of your cooldowns to be at an even playing field with the other tanks defensively at max level. Because they're both from Ishgard. I mean, that too. That too. Maybe there's something there. Interestingly, Dark Knight, Machinist, and Astrologian all have extremely fast rotations, like, compared to the average. So maybe there's something. But yeah, Dark Knight has to work a lot harder for the same result as the other tanks. But it can do it. Like, if you use your toolkit well, Dark Knight is not at a massive disadvantage compared to the other tanks. The reason why it feels like that is because Warrior just goes meh, bloodwetting, and then like just fireworks appear, like just like an entire troop coming in with like $1 million just comes in to hand it to you, and one of them just walks your dog, right? Like, it just does everything. Meanwhile, TBN doesn't do that much, actually. Like, by comparison. So it makes it feel like Dark Knight is really, really weak because all the other tanks don't have to work nearly as hard. And I guess the reason why we don't see it the same way with Astrologian, at least not all the time, is because it is less clear that that's what's happening with Astrologian, because of how healing is less clear-cut, especially on, like, pure healers. Also that high pin. Shield healers are like made for dungeons. The Ishgardian tradition of having 5,000 buttons. Ah, yes. see. Aiden says, what did Paladin play like before the rework? Right, so if you want the like more in-depth version, I actually on the channel I have like Paladin guides from before the rework, which go over these things, so you can see it all if you like. You just have to look for Paladin guides under the channel name, and if you find something from before 2023, then it will involve the old tank or the old Paladin. The way that it worked is that Goring Blade was a 21-second dot, which meant that you had every third 1-2-3 combo had to be Goring Blade, right? It had to be Goring Blade. You had the Royal Authority combo, and the Royal Authority combo gave you it gave you 3 atonement stacks. The thing is, atonement broke your combo, so you couldn't go 1-2 atonement 3, so you had to like spend your atonement stacks. This led to the development of the thing called atonement dropping, where sometimes you just wouldn't use all of your atonement stacks, which was important because you want to use fight or flight every minute, but you want to use your fight or flight in a very specific way. The reason for that being, before the rework, fight or flight only increased your physical damage, not your magic damage. It lasted 25 seconds though, so that meant that you had just enough time to start by using fight or flight just before you applied Goring Blade, so you know, you got the fight or flight damage boost on the whole dot, and then just before fight or flight would end, so you could do 1-2-3 with Royal Authority, 3 atonements, I believe. Yeah, I believe the atonement dropping was outside fight or flight, and you go 1-2 Goring Blade, and then fight or flight ends, after which you circled into the Requiescat combo, which was 4 Holy Spirits, then Confiteor into the Blades combo. And the Blade of Valor applied a dot that was like mutually exclusive with the Goring Blade dot, but the potency of the Blade of Valor dot was basically equal to the potency of Goring Blade with fight or flight. So it was basically just, yeah, we know that we added the Blades combo, so now you don't have time to use Goring Blade here anymore. So here, this one's on the house, and you just get that one. And then you do 1-2-3 Royal Authority, 2 atonements, or 3 if you had a lot of skill speed, and then 1-2 fight or flight, Goring Blade. And you just loop that perfectly every minute, which meant a single second of downtime completely destroyed your rotation. Completely. And it didn't help that bosses had like phases where they were untargetable while also invulnerable, so you just put Goring Blade on them just for the boss to go, no you don't. No you don't. So it was really problematic in that way. The reason why this was particularly problematic is because you wanted your magic burst to happen during raid buffs, but you also wanted Goring Blade up before you did your magic burst, typically. Which meant that you wouldn't, like, you would either have to do some weird jank, which I have included in a short a long time ago. I believe it's like the most the weirdest opener in Final Fantasy XIV or something like that. Where you would use fight or flight 17 seconds before pull, so you could do Fast Blade, Riot Blade, Goring Blade, Requiescat into Magic Burst with raid buffs. And then you could just do that looping rotation I explained before. But the key thing that I want you to keep in mind, because I'm aware that some people might go, but that's not the rotation at all. If you had a really slow skill speed, you had an alternative rotation you could do as well, which I never got too deep into, but it was like 2 or 3 minutes long instead of 1 minute loop. All of this planning and spreadsheeting, as BSR says, spreadsheet Paladin, led to something really funny. And this is what I will kind of end this speech on, is that when new Paladin came around, this strategy that we use now, which is like a priority rotation, like you do your 1-2-3 combo, if you're not in fight or flight, that has the highest priority until next step is Royal Authority. Like you go 1-2-3, 1-2. Then your second priority is spending atonements, and then your third priority is spending holy spirits, and then starting over. And then when you're in fight or flight, you of course do Goring Blade, Confiteor, blah blah blah. And then your priority is reversed, that you go holy spirit, atonements, Royal Authority, in that order. And then down to Riot Blade, Fast Blade, of course. Originally, when people discovered this particular rotation style, some genius, and I'm not meaning that sarcastically, but maybe a little bit hilariously, was like, well, if I write out this priority list for 7 minutes, it actually loops. So how about we call it the 7-minute looping rotation? No? No yays? Only nays? Okay then. How about hallowed rotation? Because hallowed ground is 7 minutes long. Also no? Okay, then go with your priority rotation, whatever. Or something like that. And I specifically remember that because when Paladin got reworked, I was like making my Paladin guide, like my level 1 to 50 guide and the 50 to 90 guide. And while I was making the guide, people were changing what was like what they believed was better to do. And I was following that conversation and participating in that conversation. Things like the fact that using Holy Spirit delays your auto attack by 1 second meant that Holy Spirit was at that time a DPS loss to hard cast. But that was the only reason it was a DPS loss, which meant that it was a very close call. It was almost going to be true that we would hard cast Holy Spirit for reasons. Exactly, BSR. That was kind of the stuff I saw as well, and I also looked into these things, and I asked about these things, like, so how exactly does it work with auto attacks? And that's why like, this is something that a lot of players don't even realize, that auto attacks get delayed by casting. Nowadays, they've adjusted the potency of the filler combo enough that hard casting Holy Spirit is always bad. Like, it's worse than just doing your filler. But one thing I do want to say, because let's see, Aiden says conceptually I would prefer that, but I would understand how with how fights work right now it would be problematic. In my opinion, as someone who has played Paladin quite a bit, the old Paladin didn't feel that much like a Paladin, or like someone who both wields magic and swordplay. It felt like you were just, you know, okay, now I'm a knight, and you just swing your sword around, and then suddenly you just step away from the enemy, don your robe and wizard hat, and go, now I'm a mage for 20 seconds. Like, complete switch. Whereas now, because Holy Spirit is cast like as part of your filler rotation, whereas before you didn't use Holy Spirit in your filler rotation. Generally not. There were like niche situations, but the general idea was you did not. It felt like it was this part, you have two boxes. This is the physical part and this is the magic part. And now, while you still have like a big magic box in your burst and a physical box in your burst, it's half-seas most of the time. Like, about-ish half of your burst is physical damage and about half-ish is magic damage. At least in terms of time spent on it. The magic burst does way more damage. And then during your filler, you do use Holy Spirit, so it's still not fully physical, which I think is more interesting. But I also understand why a lot of players, a lot of Paladin mains enjoy the old system more, right? So I'm not saying objectively that the new Paladin is better. I do feel like it might be more easy to sell to a lot of players. But I understand why some people don't like it. Oh yeah, Liv says, Dragoons are also from Ishgard and have a lot of buttons to press. Michael says, I would be surprised if Paladin originally was just designed to be a knight, given that's their Japanese and... Well, you have to remember that in A Realm Reborn, you had to actually have Conjurer at level 15 to become a knight in this case. And they could specifically grab white magic spells from Conjurer as cross-class actions. That was their magic in A Realm Reborn, was that it came directly from Conjurer. They could grab Raise. They just couldn't use it in combat because that was a trait, apparently. Frontome says, does instacast spells slow down auto attacks? No. So the way that I think I have a video on this. Anyway, I believe it is in one of my 10 things videos. But the way that auto attacks interact with casting is when you look at a weapon, the thing all over on the far right of the tooltip here, that is your swing timer. So every 2.24 seconds you auto attack as a paladin, right? When you cast a spell, your swing timer stops until you are not casting anymore. The time you spent casting a spell is actually the cast time minus around half a second. If you've heard about slide casting, which is what allows me to, if I'm, say, I'm a black mage, allows me to do this. You see I can start moving. Whoops. When I do it right, I can start moving before the cast timer is actually up. That's because the game has already decided that the attack is the cast is finished, which means that the auto attack timer starts again. And because of that half a second not counting, it means that Holy Spirit, having a cast time of 1.5 seconds, it only delays your auto attack by 1 second because you subtract half a second. It's really weird. What if Holy Spirit became an OGCD with a proc? I don't know. I really don't. I think it would be interesting, but I don't know. I feel like things that go on the OGCD feel more like secondary to the job. For some reason. Except Dragoon, yeah. Oh yeah, Star Diver, your biggest attack? No, that's an OGCD. Anyway, next up is Leveling Roulette. If you'd like to join me for Leveling Roulette, come on over to me. I'm pretty sure Grau has not joined yet, is that right? Is there anyone else here who has not have a chance to join up with me yet? Hey Wool, hope you're doing well. How about we do this? I'm trying my best to cycle so that we don't have if there's a lot of people that want to come along, that we don't bring the sick. Who just left? I'm trying to make it so that we don't have the same group every time. That's why I asked, have you been in my group yet? Yeah, that is true, Bronson, that they always got white magic, but I'm pretty sure that they've always been called Paladins in English translation. I'm pretty sure. Something to that effect. Do we have... Are we getting 3 groups now? Now that's a lot of players. Yeah, boy. It's half of an alliance raid, at least. I'm here choosing Paladin going, oh, that looks pretty good. We have people mostly over level 80, so we will probably land in a dungeon where I have some sort of self-healing. Malikas, well it is then. Steve says, need a guide on keeping bags that clean. Ooh, that's difficult to teach, I think. I have actually talked about this on streams multiple times. It's about throwing out the stuff that you don't need. Brontom says, would join, but your stream is while I'm at work. Are you working evenings? Imagine self-healing on... Yeah, that is the incredible irony, isn't it? Imagine self-healing on the white magic paladin. I see. It was called Knight at first. Fair enough. Thank you very much, Hunty, and enjoy your work. Oh, whoops. Should have used Holy Spirit there. It is. I do think, speaking of the warrior thing Aidan mentioned, I do think that warrior fits the the fantasy that they're going for. They're going for like a sort of like a barbarian or warrior, I guess, berserker, who just takes the hit on the chin, just and then just recovers and like fights through it. But the way that is represented is that warrior has the capacity to have more HP than the other tanks. And I say have the capacity to because they actually have like 0.1% more HP than the other tanks do. But back in the day, their tank stance increased their HP, where the Paladin tank stance reduced the damage they took. Well, the warrior one increased their HP and increased the healing they received, whereas the Paladin one reduced the damage they took. So they like were opposites in a way. It's just that nowadays, Paladin is just very focused on reducing damage, and Warrior is very focused on healing themselves, and incidentally, healing yourself is a lot better. Yeah, tank stance is used to do a lot of things. This was removed with Shadowbringers. They also used to have two different stances. You used to have a damage and a tank stance as a tank. So you could basically do the Yu-Gi-Oh of switching to attack position. The problem was that because of the way that it worked, it was almost always objectively superior to always be in damage stance if you could. The keyword being if you could. Which circles back to that tirade I had earlier when we were doing a level 90 dungeon about what was it? Just because you could make something harder for those that want it, the problem is that the players that are not actually supposed to be doing the harder version of a dungeon or something will still try to do it because that's what everyone does and things like that. People will see that the top raiders, their tanks are exclusively using a damage stance, and they will think that tank stance is bad, and then just not use it, even though they should be using it. Yurine says, I still have no idea what those ads do in this boss fight, besides just generally existing and also attack the tank. I believe the Armadillo ads on the first boss, if you ignore them, I can't remember if they heal the boss, but I believe they heal themselves, and they also give themselves a damage boost. So they don't do that much, but if you ignore them, they get really cross with you. The thing is that they're so squishy that you don't have to focus on them. They'll die. They'll die just fine. Just don't ignore them. And the way that I came across this find was that I soloed the dungeon. And then, of course, the question becomes when you're a warrior, do I need to kill them, or are they so weak that I could just ignore them and just use them to heal myself more with bloodwetting? And it turned out that they did enough damage that it wasn't worth keeping them around. And they did so much damage that it was actually a bad idea to keep them around. Yeah, as it used to be the case that each tank had like two modes, you could say, with Paladin having Shield Oath and Sword Oath, Warrior having Defiance and Deliverance, and Dark Knight having Grit and not Grit, because they just didn't have a damage stance. The damage stance was not having the stance on. The way that each stance worked is that the damage stance, the Paladin one, the tank stance made you do triple enmity. Note that nowadays you do 10 times enmity. So back then you only got triple enmity for using your tank stance. It also reduced all damage you did and took by 20%. which meant that actually while it increased your... while it technically increased your enmity generation by 200%, it also reduced your damage output by 20%. So you really only got 140% more enmity generation on account of losing damage output. Still something. And it also made it so that when you blocked, you generated Oath Gauge. You also generated like 20 Oath Gauge whenever you cast Holy Spirit. So every time you went into your burst with Requiescent, you would generate basically a full bar of Oath Gauge as a result. The damage stance Sword Oath basically just made your auto attacks do double damage or something to that effect. That's not exactly what they did. They basically added like extra potency to your auto attacks. That's really what they did. But ultimately what it meant is that they did, you know, more damage with the auto attacks. And every auto attack also generated Oath Gauge, which is how Oath Gauge works now, right? So not particularly shocking, I'm sure. Warrior, on the other hand, generated Beast Gauge in the same way, regardless of its stance. With Defiance being the tank stance, which again tripled your enmity, increased your HP and healing received, and reduced the damage you did. It also enabled access to Inner Beast and Steel Cyclone, both of which were attacks that healed you. Like they had basically healing potency, a bit like how Bloodwedding has. I believe they just... Can't remember if Steel Cyclone actually healed per target, but Inner Beast also reduced all damage you took by 20% for 6 seconds. So it was like a mini rampart, you could say. And it also had like a massive healing potency as a result. But it did way less damage than the alternatives, because when you were in Deliverance stance, you did 5% more damage instead of less damage, which, you know, already good on the selling it to you factor, right? And it also changed Inner Beast into Fell Cleave and Steel Cyclone into Decimate, both of which, Fell Cleave and Decimate, were simply attacks that did more damage, but they did not have any defensive value whatsoever. None. But they did more damage. And for Dark Knights, they had Grit, which I believe reduced the damage they took and damage they did by 20%. And then enabled them access to Blood Price, which was a cooldown they could use quite regularly, I believe, which made it so that every time they were hit, they generated some MP and some Blood Gauge. A little bit. So when you had a big AoE pull, you used Blood Price and then generated a bunch of MP and Blood Gauge, which was real nice. But if you didn't have Grit on, you could use Blood Weapon, which back then gave you MP every time you used I believe it was just straight up a physical attack. Something to that effect. And also it reduced the GCD of your weapon skills. Like it basically made your weapon faster. It was specifically focused on weapon skills. It also reduced TP costs, but that's a whole different story, right? But the key thing is that they did more damage by virtue of not using Grit. It's like by not using Grit, they did more damage because they didn't not do less damage, which I know is a really funny way to say that. I realize that. But that was basically it. They also had Dark Side, as BSR mentioned, but that was actually just a toggle. In Stormblood, it was just a toggle that was like, you just turn it on. Like it's about as obvious just turn it on as it is to turn on your to summon your pet as a scholar, for example. You would not ever not do that, right? The reason being that in Heavensward, when they introduced Dark Knight, having Dark Side on cost MP, but it also enabled all of your, like, many of your dark magic abilities and stuff. But in Stormblood, it just cancelled all MP regen that wasn't from your own attacks. So Blood Weapon would still work, and Siphon Strike would still work, but your passive MP recovery would not work. And also, if a Black Mage used a Mana Shift on you to try and give you 20% of their MP, that would also not work. But Darkseid gave you just 20% more damage done. Like, for just having it. So there was never a reason to not have it on. But yeah, tanks worked very, very, very differently before Shadowbringers. So thank you for coming to my TED talk on on how tanks used to function. I see that I've talked the entire stream chat to bed. Let's see, Wolf says I had an awful time in the lair last night. I couldn't tell who but one of my Lions members kept wasting LB on literally nothing. Just randomly casting it at the ground. That is really random. That like extremely random. Oh, excellent! We've gone past the 4-man content and can now move on to the 8-man content. Are everyone back? I feel like everyone's not back. I'm just trying to check, because if there's like a bunch of people that just went into content. I don't know if they're missing. Yazel says, I forgot. Oh, your subscription ran out. Oh no. Vivi says, is that not reportable in regard to the wasting LB? Yes and no. This is something we've talked about before. So the thing is, when you report something in Final Fantasy XIV, the game masters, what they have to work with is primarily what you say happened, so your account of the story, your report itself, and potentially chat logs. So if the person who did the shenanigans didn't say anything ever, then unless there's like a bunch of people being like, can you stop with wasting the LB or something in the chat, so they can go, oh, something was happening here, it might be true, then they have very little to go on. That is like point uno, number one. The second point there is, if you didn't actually approach the person about the weird use of LB, then it will always be uncertain whether the person did it intentionally, like they were wasting LB intentionally to be an annoyance, or there's also the possibility that they're bad. And you might say, in Thalea, they're level 90 in the final Alliance raid, and they're bad. Yes. Actually. This is what I was talking about with my PayPal Legends video, is that, and I've also done other videos on the subject, the hardest MSQ duties, and like, etc. The reason why a player can be bad at level 90 in endgame content is because the game doesn't test you enough that we can be absolutely certain that they've actually learned these things. So the question here is, can you approach the person doing the bad thing and see, are they doing it because they're intentionally trolling? That would be reportable. Or are they doing it because they don't know better? Like, there might be a genuine reason that they're doing this that isn't actually malicious. Like that's basically what I'm getting at, is that if you had said something, talked to them, Wool, there's a reasonable chance that you would have a case here. Now, there's also a thing, and this is also what I talked about in every time I bring up this thing with reporting players for something, is there is a difference between something technically being reportable and something being actually something that annoys you enough that you choose to report it. Right? Like, that is a really important detail, that just because someone is doing something that can be considered wrong, if you don't mind, then you don't need to report them. Like, a core example of this is actually shown in the prohibited activities page on their website, is you can have an entire free company that are totally okay with, like, swearing like sailors and just getting really weird with it. But then someone new joins that don't like that at all. They are in their right to report that, which sounds ridiculous, and you probably wouldn't. Like, any right-minded individual would just be like, I'm just going to leave the free company? Right? Like, if you don't like the smell in the bakery, you leave. As we say in Danish. But technically, according to the prohibited activities, the only reason why this level of profanity would be okay is because everyone is okay with it, which means that technically everyone would be participating in something that is prohibited, but because everyone's in on it, it is not a problem. Which is also why there are a lot of questionable RP venues in Final Fantasy XIV. Because if everyone's okay with it, then nothing's wrong. And usually this is solved by going somewhere somewhat private. So it's not right in the face of random people down the street, right? But that would be reportable if someone was actually hurt or annoyed by it. Which is why I'm saying, while that instance with the wasted LB that Wool was talking about could be reportable, you would need to know the context of whether that person was doing it maliciously or not. If they're not doing it maliciously, then it circles back to, it's not illegal to be bad at Final Fantasy XIV. I know, incredible, shocking, but it isn't. You are actually allowed to be bad at Final Fantasy XIV. That is allowed. But if the person is maliciously wasting the LB, then you have to weigh whether you find it annoying enough that you want to go through the motions of reporting it. Definitely a clip moment. Exactly, Siren. Can't handle the heat, get out the kitchen. Kind of the same idea, yeah. That is basically what that idiom means in Danish as well. In Danish, it goes, kan du ikke lige lugten i bageriet, så... It usually ends there, right? Don't like the smell in the bakery. And then it's just assumed. You leave. Clip and cut out not. And that makes a lot more sense, by the way, Ham. I was like, did I talk the chat to sleep? Ham says half the chat was doing leveling roulette. Makes better sense. I kind of assume that's it, but the reason why I was curious was because I was like, people were saying stuff, then I went on my speech about, oh, how tanks used to work, and then complete silence. Like, it was specifically the order of how things went that made me curious. But yeah, tanks before Shadowbringers. They were very strange. The reason why I think they changed it is because basically the same thing as I said with the AoE pulls thing. In A Realm Reborn dungeons, there's a lot more problems often with how much should be pulled, because technically you can enter Sastasha and pull everything including the first boss. You can. And if, like, because you can do that, some people will try and do that. But if you go into Bottom's Metal, while you can pull 3 packs, and that's absolutely more than the average group should pull, you can, which can sometimes lead to arguments in the group. The same applies to the tank and damage stance problem. The reason that was a problem, as I was saying, just to finish on circling back on that, is if you watched actual like footage of Savage Raiders, the tanks would usually only be using damage stance. I've heard other people that played more like actual Savage content back then that basically explained it as the way that you pull is the warrior will choose Defiance, go in, do 1 enmity combo because you had enmity combos that had, you know, the same effect as a shield lob with increased enmity. And once you had built this lead, you would switch to damage stance, and if you needed more enmity than that, your co-tank would use Shirk on you, then provoke to like grab aggro and reach your aggro, then you would turn your Shirk on them and then provoke back to like just frog leap up in enmity amounts to stay ahead. But the only way for that to work is if everyone else used their enmity management. Basically all DPS jobs had cooldowns that reduced enmity generation, and that mattered more than whatever the tanks could do. Like, that was actually more impactful than anything the tanks could do. So the enmity management wasn't actually a problem for the tanks, it was a problem for everyone else. But who got the blame if tanks lost aggro? Ding ding, it was the tanks. So you would have DPS players who didn't understand enmity but had watched a Savage raid, who would insist that the tanks use damage stance because that's the only way, because that's what the hardcore Savage raiders do, right? But the damage dealer would not be using their enmity cooldowns because they don't understand what they do, and then would inevitably over aggro the tank, and then the tank would be to blame. Meanwhile, in more casual content, tanks would just use the tank stance. But that would mean that paladins would do damage because they wouldn't, like, they would have that 20% damage reduction from shield oath and they wouldn't get those meaty auto attacks. Warriors wouldn't be allowed to use fell cleave because they had to be in me tank stance, which is not fun. And Dark Knights wouldn't be able to use blood weapon. Like, just think about that for a moment. It basically felt like you were punished for being not good enough. You didn't get to use the cool buttons because you're not good enough. That was what it kind of would feel like, right? And then, just finally, the reason why it was warriors who did that with tank stance into damage stance was because, and this is just like the cherry on top of this tank stance cake, paladins used a full GCD to switch their stance between tank and DPS stance. Dark Knights needed a GCD to switch into grit, but because grit, you just had to cancel it to go out of it, it didn't cost a GCD to exit it, so if you were the main tank as Dark Knight, you could, you know, start in grit, do a 1, 2, 3 enmity combo. and then hop out of it. But then Warrior, it cost nothing for them. Like, they could just switch on, like, as they pleased. They could just switch as they pleased. And then, the reason why that was because at the start of Stormblood, and I believe in Heavensward, it actually deleted your entire beast gauge if you switched stance. So there was supposed to be a punishment, but it was removed in, like, patch 4.1, I believe. Right, I see the people in-game are getting restless. If you want to join for Trials Roulette, come on over to me. How many people do we have? Are we exactly 8 here? Yeah, I did see the chat in game. Yeah, Siren. So that's Carrick Soulflare has the right of it. Says he does have a he does have a stream to entertain, not just us. That is actually I don't talk about this too often, but yeah, exactly. If I wanted to just speed run through my daily roulettes, why would I be streaming? We're having fun. Well, I hope we're having fun. I'm having fun. I also like Saf. I also do the gigapulls in Adam's Metal if I have a healer I trust to do it. Also, hey Salton Finnel, hope you're doing well. I did see your memes. Crickets. If I remember correctly, Leviathan leaves rather early on this. Remember the range DPS, remember to check if you're attacking the correct side. One of them gets like a buff that reflects damage if you attack it. See, you want to be sure that you're attacking the tail, Tristan and Cat Damon. Which pull was that, Wool? Oh, there's no more mobs next to me. Pull the lever! Yeah, that is actually a good point that Salton Finnel also mentioned, that before Shadowbringers, the way that big mega pull AoE pulls were balanced is that AoE attacks cost way more TP than single target, so if an AoE pull dragged on for too long, you would just like your melee players and physical attackers would just run out of steam and stop being able to attack altogether. Tactical points, Growl. It was like a third bar over here that like stacked up to 1000. You recovered 60 of them every 3 seconds, and most single target GCDs cost like 50 to 60 or so, like ish. So you could like maintain a single target rotation from start to finish with no issue. Usually. Exactly, you had kind of stamina. Exactly. And by Stormblood, the only time it really mattered was on AoE, because most AoE attacks took 100 to 140 TP, so you would very quickly just completely run out of steam. I believe in A Realm Reborn and Heavensward, sprint cost all of your TP. Like, I'm pretty sure it was just, it cost all of it and gave you either 20 seconds or a second per 50 you had, or something to that effect. I had some trouble like finding the details, but in Stormblood, TP was free. But yeah, that would exactly, that is how they balanced AoE pulls. That is also why, if you go back and check like old data on the game, Black Mage's Flare, sure, it did do good damage, but it took an eternity to cast, right? So relative to like a Dragoon just using Doom Spike, Dragoon was better. Like, it did better AoE damage, but the reason why Black Mage had a fighting chance there is that Black Mage could just go Flare, transpose, Blizzard, fire 3, flare again. Like, they had infinite AoE potential, whereas the Dragoon would eventually completely run out of steam. And once the Dragoon was out, it would just sit there and wait for TP. And that, of course, applied to all physical jobs. Bard, tanks, melee DPS. But specifically, Dark Knight had the advantage that because all of the Dark Knight's AoE attacks were magic, they could just unleash all of their MP and then just do 1, 2, 3 combos. If that's what you wanted, or like just switch to single target once you were dry. Paladin also had Flash, which Warrior could cross-class into, which blinded enemies and generated flat amounts of enmity. But your attacks cost TP. Salton Fennel says, don't forget that you didn't even get your tank stance on Warrior until 30. I'm pretty sure that Warrior and Paladin got their tank stances at level 30. And then got the tool that interacted with it at 35, which means that Warrior got Inner Beast at 35 and Paladin got Sheltron at 35. Yes, that's right. Before level 30, the way that you held aggro was you just spammed Flash. You did the equivalent of spamming a weaker provoke. Just endlessly to keep everyone near you. It was quite janky. Very janky. And that indeed also meant that you had no enmity multiplier, really, before level 30. Gazel says, I believe you could cast Flare during Ice Phase at some point of time. I believe that's true. I believe you could cast Cold Flares. The thing is, if you cast Flare back then, you would still get switched into Fire. So you kind of didn't want to do that, but it would mean you could cast a faster Flare. So you could go Flare Transpose, Flare Transpose, Flare Transpose. You could probably do that, I guess. And I don't know if you wanted to. But yeah, the balance was weird. Like, it's just, speaking of big AoE pulls, the way that it used to be balanced was that you just didn't have the steam to do that much damage back then. Right, so next we do... Let's do Alliance Raid next. I don't know if the group over there wants to come along as well. We can switch around a bit. I think Rao also wants to join. Is there anyone who doesn't mind sitting out from the... Well, that answers that question. Right, so we can see if we can... Okay, now we're down to 6. We can also do that. We can, if the people over there wants to join, we can maybe make 2 6s. I don't know if the... Okay, now we're down to 5. So, actually, if you want to come along for Alliance Raid, can you come over to me? I don't know who wants and who doesn't want to come. We'll see if, like, we'll try and make two groups of equal size. Thank you for joining, Ham. I get the impression that it's just our group here. That's fine. I just didn't want anyone to feel left out. BSR, you don't want to join, I assume. I'm just going to repeat, if you want to come along for Alliance Raid Roulette, you come over to me. Did I invite you? It says you've already been invited, Growl. Yeah, I kind of agree as well, Sultan Finnel. That a lot of the weird jank we used to have, which technically added a lot of complexity, it did. Like, I'm not saying it didn't. Needing, like, if... needing to learn to hold aggro with no tank stance before level 30 meant that, like, that was a real trial by fire to the tanks. You just had to figure it out. It's a little bit like White Mage just being like, well, you have Cure until level 30, where you start getting other stuff, pretty much. So that meant that when you were level 30, either you had somehow walked backwards into success and somehow reached level 30 without ever learning how to handle enmity at all, or you figured out how to hold aggro on 3+ targets with an enmity combo and a spammable AoE attack, because that's what you had to work with. No enmity multipliers. That's your problem. But at the same time, that doesn't sound like fun, does it? That sounds like work. I just saw you now, Elfin Archon. I don't know if you're still here, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It was fun if you wanted to bully your tank. Oof. And the reason why I asked about the pulse wool is sometimes healers in, like, Zemail Darkhold or other dungeons for that matter, to be completely honest, if the tank is doing something that they feel like should be completely obvious that like they're doing, the tank is doing something wrong, and the healer believes that it is obvious that they're doing it wrong, then the healer might, in defiance of the tank doing the wrong thing, choose to not heal them. You know, video I talked about, I have made recently about healer god complex. They'll just not heal you to try and force you to do the right thing, because obviously you're not doing it. So for example, I've had tanks in Zemail Darkhold that didn't stand in the light. And the only reason why you can pull like an absolute lunatic in Zemail Darkhold, at least in the first part of the dungeon, is because the light makes you nearly impervious to damage. Like, it reduces damage by like 80% or something insane like that. So if your tank just refuses to get in, you as the healer sitting there like, we could have, look at all this we could have, but we don't get it because you're acting up like that. Like, can you get over here today? And their options are either try and rescue you, but that probably doesn't work, and I speak from experience on that. Oh. There's the sniper, the sniper arrow. That is Welcome back, Traverse. Hope you enjoyed your meeting, if that's a possibility. I'm not sure how much you missed, but we had a long talk about how tanks used to function. Oh no, no! Well, don't I feel like an idiot now? We had a long talk about how tanks used to function. The good old days, yeah. Depends on who you ask. Houses who's likely to die here? That is an excellent question. The off tank. Actually, the main tank. Maybe not. What do you mean, Traverse? This is perfect. I wanted to not have Gnashing Fang. Actually, I realized when I queued, I was like, oh, wait, I'm queued as Gunbreaker. Maybe I should switch to a different tank and then queue again. Nah, it'll probably be fine. It's probably fine. It was not fine. One of those eyes on me attacks went through. Oh! Not enough. There was exactly 3 people in the circle. I wonder if we learned something or if they didn't know. Not sure what the... I don't know, actually. That is an interesting question. That's probably not how it works. Come to think of it. I was thinking for a moment, maybe the co-tank there had a reason to stand next to me, but I'm pretty sure the eye laser does the same damage to everyone. Hey Cat, hope you're doing well. I kind of agree there, so like I get it. I get that it is like a lot of people don't find the Crystal Tower raid super entertaining. I'm with you there, absolutely. I'm not like, I don't dislike it as much. Like, I find my own fun in it. Like, for example, I had to pick up the boss and position it right there because the main tank died out of nowhere, and the off-tank guy, the Dark Knight, wasn't tanking somehow. So I had to step in and figure it out, so I did. Instead of just letting it go wild. Did the Dark Knight also die from that? Interesting. I specifically just saw that the Dark Knight was attacking the boss and nothing was happening. Hey, Iron Reaver. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, absolutely, the newer alliance raids are a lot more interesting to do as like an alliance raid roulette. Absolutely 100%. But there is a reason why I made a video about that whole subject, that it's always Crystal Tower. There's not much we can do about it. Disconnecting is mitigation. Well then. I guess that's true from one of the other alliances. Well, I really tried. I just can't have it. I would like to have the beam. I would like to have the beam. It's ice. And a stack marker. That is a bad idea. It's very icy. Crystal Tower would be interesting if you actually saw any mechanics. True. In fairness, there's one key problem that might be difficult to solve in regards to the mechanics in Crystal Tower. I don't know if they've changed any of the mechanics to accommodate this, but Crystal Tower was originally designed for a group with 2 tanks, 2 healers, and 4 DPS in every alliance, which we don't have now, right? We don't have it now. So if they made the mechanics like as threatening as they used to be, we might be lacking tanks. I'm not sure what the tanks are supposed to be doing. Like, honestly, I don't know. But if a boss fight was designed to have 2 tanks in each alliance, and we don't have that now, then it could make some of the fights impossible. Hey, Gunfleet, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Multiple tanks to alleviate the TP issue. I don't know. I heard recently that on Behemoth, you know, in Labyrinth of the Ancients, one of the tanks in each group would just be assigned to repeatedly turn off the lightning pillars, which turns off the constant lightning dot in the arena. Just think about that. You just had 3 players in your entire 24-man group that just stood there and clicked the button whenever it lit up. Eleven says I accidentally defaulted all my game options. Oh. Oh no. That's a bad day. That's what we know as a really bad day. That really sucks. The only benefit in that is that gives you a decent opportunity to try and really innovate on your settings and your on your choices, because you don't have your good settings from before to return to. The 9th Umbral Calamity. Yeah, that happened at on 11's UI. Oh. Zav says we did Crystal Tower minimum item level without job stones or what? It took like 4 hours and 2 of those were labyrinths. I could imagine, because an interesting thing with that is that because Crystal Tower, well, because World of Darkness is the 3rd step, that's the one where we are where our item level is the least impactful. Or rather to say that World of Darkness is actually reasonably balanced for it's almost okay for our item level, right? Is what I'm getting at. Whereas Circus Tower and Labyrinth of the Ancients is just completely lol nope. It's just getting completely dumpstered by gear alone. So I could imagine that it will feel less. You will feel less of a difference in World of Darkness compared to the other ones. Although minimum item level and no accessories? Seriously? Wow. Wow. That is wild. That says something about how little you need. But I have actually heard people say that the Crystal Tower alliance raids are difficult in minimum item level. Just minimum item level, but no job crystals, no accessories, and minimum item level. How much less stats would you have? Like, wouldn't you just get one-shot by tank busters and stuff? Or what? See, something Fiddle says, I agree with you, it's just the fact that it's so common. It's kind of like if you ate the same food every day. Food good, but sometimes you'd rather different food. Yeah. Yeah. That sounds about... That sounds like the correct explanation there. There's a bunch of things with the Crystal Tower raid that makes it really difficult to figure out what to do about it. Which is like what I talked about quite a while ago in that Alliance raid video. Hey Caetsu, hope you're doing well. Is some players actually prefer getting Crystal Tower because it's shorter. Like, the players that want Crystal Tower as their Alliance raid roulette because it's shorter, they don't care whether it's fun or not. Like, it's not about that for those players. It's about efficiency and nothing else. And the only way you could satisfy them is by making the other alliance rates shorter. It's the only thing you could do about it. To satisfy them. The players that just find Crystal Tower boring because it's too easy, the only way you could really satisfy them would be to either buff Crystal Tower so it's harder, or make it so that there somehow is a higher chance that you'll get not Crystal Tower. Which I think is what they're working on. Like one step at a time. Like on the one hand, I don't think that the current solution of making it so that if you're at a specific level, you have to have a specific item level, but for some reason not have unlocked the alliance rate for that level that you're required to meet, is really weird. And I feel like it feels unfinished to me. But it's like it's a work in progress, I'm guessing. And I can see why you wouldn't want to like change everything all at once to like fix it immediately. Like maybe it's enough, but I can see why they didn't go any further than what they have done so far. Like maybe it's the first step. Steve says I keep getting done scathed. I think the reason why I keep getting Crystal Tower, I don't know if there's a correlation, but most of the time when I'm queuing Alliance Raid Roulette, I'm not queuing alone. So I don't know if that has an effect. Because if you take an 8-man group you've prepared beforehand... If you take an 8-man group you prepared beforehand, and like 2 of them has all of the alliance raids, 2 of them has Crystal Tower and maybe like Void Ark, 2 of them has Crystal Tower and Ivalice, and 2 of them has Crystal Tower and the near raids. Then what you actually have are 8 players that have Crystal Tower. So that's what you get. Like, the more people you bring, unless you know all of them have the same options, it will, like, shrink the pool of options you can land in. All that item level thing does is make it... The thing is, Salt and Fennel, is that the item level thing does do something. The item level problem specifically, it has a upside and a downside. The upside is that it specifically targeted item level cheesers. So what that is people that just unequipped gear until they only qualified for Labyrinth of the Ancients and Circus Tower. That doesn't work anymore. You can't do it anymore because it prevents you from doing it, right? But in turn, it also has this effect of making it so that the people that legitimately are just playing through the game can also end up blocked from queuing. Like, it struck at people that really, like, you shouldn't be item level cheesing. Like, we're already getting Crystal Tower enough. It doesn't need help. But then it also hit players that are progressing. The only thing I can say on that is that if you're still progressing through the MSQ, and the reason why you can't have high item level is because you haven't progressed enough, then the counter argument to that is maybe it's about time you just do your MSQ then. Like, if you're 10 levels ahead of your MSQ, maybe you should do it. That is, of course, not what everyone wants to hear, but I think that that's like a reasonable argument why it isn't that bad. But the thing is that it still incentivizes players who were itemable cheesing. Like, the way they fix the way they circumvent the problem now is they just never unlock the higher level alliance rates, which is worse. Like, that is a bigger problem, honestly. Like, before, the problem was, well, you can just unequip gear and you get Labyrinth of the Ancients and Circus Tower. Now the problem is, well, if you just don't unlock Void Ark, you won't get it. Even if you have the item level for it. Like, that's the problem I have, is that they say, oh, you need the item level for this. But they don't require you to actually unlock the raid. Also true, Traverse, you could also buy the gear, unless you're on free trial, in which case, F in the chat, I guess. 11 says, I don't know what I did, but now my camera follows the enemy target for some reason. Is it this? Is it this? Is it this that happens for you, 11? Alright, you possibly enabled this setting. Automatically log on to target when initiating auto attack. Zarb says, when I was playing through story and unlocked Evilies, each of those raids took like 2 to 4 hours to queue for back then. Exactly. That is why ultimately the best solution, because I will say they also increased the rewards for the higher level alliance raids. Like, they did do that, but the reason why I think they need to do a little bit of both is because as long as people feel like there is a benefit to not unlocking them, there will be people that just refuse to unlock them. They should honestly put more stuff behind alliance raids so that people feel more incentivized to unlock them for other reasons. Like, the reason why people do Evilies raids now is mainly to unlock Bozja. Anyway, finally we're doing normal... Well, next we're doing normal raids. If you would like to join for normal raids, Roulette, come on over to me. Well, we're still 8. Is this what you did to reset your UI? Did you press this button? When your computer exploded, was it this you did to do it? Yeah, that's the way. So when the button you clicked to make your computer explode, was it this one? Oh! Hey, Emia. Hope you're doing well, and welcome back. What's left, we're just about to do normal raids, and then we will do the level 90 stuff. I mean, we don't have to have 2 healers, but is Cat Damon fine with being the only healer? Just show me that button again on this PC. No, I did see that you said yes, 11. It's fine. Right then, so Alexander. Hey Ryan, hope you're doing well. Fist of the Father, it's the speedrun one. Somehow gets... could you imagine? We just land in Final Coils, facing down Bahamut. Wouldn't that be something? If you could get actually really hard raids like the Coils of Bahamut synced in normal raid roulette, I'm actually pretty confident that people would suddenly be a lot less mean to mentors that just insta leave when they see an extreme in mentor roulette. Because they'd start to understand the pain. Because the problem isn't that, like, for a lot of the mentors at least, the problem isn't that they don't want to do it. The problem is that they've seen enough times, like, members of the group that are not trying to learn and don't care to start today. And, like, the problem is specifically that you can just randomly get handed something extremely hard. And the thing is that your group might not actually realize that it's supposed to be hard. So people are not giving it, like, its due respect. So you're just stuck there for an hour. Cat says I was following a healer in the copied factory yesterday because Oh, everyone starts somewhere, Cat. It says on the second boss they disconnected. Oh no. You're just in the just in the middle of a mechanic, they just disappear, and now you're standing there. How do I play again? How do I play a game? Says the game should make it more clear what content is really difficult, and especially highlight the fact that you will most likely not clear first or second try. That is a good idea. How is the question then? Like that is the follow-up question to that, because you have to assume that if, like, you grab the quest, you go up to the, I don't know, the wandering minstrel, blah, 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 blah. You just mash through all the dialogue, blah, 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 blah. He's like, oh, you should be aware that this is a really difficult fight. And the person is just like, skip. I don't care, give me the quest. And then you go in, you go here, scroll past this, because you do scroll past this, right? You scroll past this big warning sign that says high-end trials, click this, and this. And now you're in there. Like, I don't know how we would actually tell someone this is supposed to be hard, because overall, like, unless it has like a big pop-up tutorial where it's like makes a test on you where it's like it says the things that it needs to, and to close it, which would actually unlock the extreme, you have to like take a little quiz and be like, I realize that this content is really hard, or something like that. Like that could work, but that's a lot, because I feel like the game is trying. I'm not saying that your idea is bad. I'm just saying that that people have a tendency to completely miss that content is supposed to be hard, even if they tried. Ardell says they do that with Baldessian Arsenal. When you unlock it, a pop-up says, the Baldessian Arsenal is a brutally difficult open dungeon that can be challenged by up to 56 players at once. To enter, you will need to complete the main Eureka storyline and prepare for the worst. Interesting. I wonder how many actually reads that. Because that's the thing, is that I agree that there should be the signs that tell you, oh, this is hard. You shouldn't just be doing this on a whim. This is really hard. The problem is that, what do we do? Like, how would the developers say that? To actually tell the player that. Because the only way you can do that is mainly through text. If it's like a voiceover, then you mash through and the voiceover just skips. If it's text, you mash through and the text skips. So it has to be like... I can't remember exactly the details, but they have actually gone back and changed some of this. When you unlock a dungeon for the first time on a new character, like when you unlock Sastasha, it actually pops up with like a little brochure, you could say, that goes like, oh, well, this is group content, blah, blah, blah. This is how that works. There's tanks here, there's healers here, and there's DPS here, and they each have their own roles. And if you find, like, you can start with it, like, you can play with actual players, you can also do it with duty support. Like, they actually do this a bit. But again, you can just go, mash, 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 mash. Okay. And just not read a single word. You can do that. So, like, they try, but if people don't want to hear it, they don't want to hear it. And at the point where you unlock your first extreme, all the content leading up to that point has been easy enough that people find probably very little reason to assume that extreme content is really difficult. They just did hard content, remember? Extreme content is probably just a little harder, right? Just a little harder. I also agree with that, don't worry. That the whole of the novice needs some help. Besides, I personally really want content like Baldessian Arsenal again. I think it's really cool content. Have Emmett Silk say it, then people will sit down and listen. Well, they have to know Emmett Silk first, I guess. And yeah, Punch Cat said the same thing as I did. I wonder if the dungeons labeled as hard prime people to think that words like hard don't actually mean much. That could be the problem. Make mom say it. Think. Hear, feel, think. Extremes are really hard. Extremes are really hard. Don't just queue for them on a whim. Hear what I'm about to tell you about extremes. Feel that it's going to hurt a lot if you just go in without watching a guide or anything. Think about what you have to do when you enter an extreme. Have you Stola say it? We have a lot of good ideas today. Thank you for joining, Rust. Right, that was the roulettes that we planned to do. So next up is P12N. So if you want to come along for P12N, come on over to me. I'm going to assume if you're not coming over to me this time around, I'm assuming that you either don't want to or can't join, so I'll kick you. We have 2 spaces, it seems, assuming everyone in the... Coco, do you have a P12? Thancred say, this is too hard to just queue for. Extreme is very hard, little son. We have a lot of ideas. Zav says, unfortunately, some extremes are so easy that you can just clear with like 4 mentors knowing what they're doing. That's true. Oh, we have a full party. Excellent. But it is difficult, especially because you might end up choosing your like that your first extreme just so happens to be like one of the easy ones. Like for example, and I showed this on a video a little while ago, that I landed in Shiva Extreme through Mentor Roulette. Incidentally, we had one tank who knew exactly how to do it, and we had me who exactly knew how to do it as healer. And then we had, I think we had one DPS who also knew what to do. So every time the bow mechanic happened, everyone except us three would die, basically. So I was just making my way down, resting everyone. But you need a bunch of people. Like, you need a few people to know what they're doing. Otherwise, it's not going to work. And that's kind of the problem there. Like, as Zarb says, you could have 4 mentors that can just carry the group, right? But you could also have one mentor who doesn't exactly remember the fight, and 7 people who have no idea, and then it's not happening. And that can give a very massive difference in the experience of the run, right? Like, completely random, whether you just get the freebie or really something that feels like nigh impossible to overcome, simply because you don't know why it went wrong. Like, that's the thing, and I've talked about this many times. When you do a dungeon or a trial or a raid for the first time, if it is easy because you got carried, you might not know that it was easy because you got carried. You wouldn't know that until you have a run where it wasn't easy. Like, without being specific, because I feel like it's mean to, like, throw a friend under the bus, but a friend of mine, and like, throw a friend under the bus directly, but let's just say an anonymous friend of mine got through basically the entire MSQ without realizing that they had no idea how to play the game. And it didn't come to light that they had no idea how to play the game until someone actually took a look at how they play the game. Because every time they did a dungeon, they would do a dungeon with randoms, and they wouldn't comment on it because it DPS player, right? Then they come out of the dungeon, never hear from them again. They do a trial or a raid, most people will just look at them weird, like, why are they playing so weirdly badly? But they won't really, like, bring it up. They'll just find it weird. So, like, they don't realize that they're actually, like, getting carried through the entire game until they have completed it and get confronted with it. So, by that same logic, you could do an extreme and get carried and not realize that the fight is actually really hard. Hey, King Bao, hope you're doing well. Hey, Luca, thank you very much. Obama says it's also kind of weird to officially tell people to prepare for EX stuff when there aren't official resources to do so. Like, what are they meant to say? Go watch a guide on YouTube. True. That is actually a really good point. What is the game going to say? Like, the best they can say as the developers of the game is, like, be aware that this content is very hard, so expect that it will take more than a few tries to get through. You have to learn and respect the fight. Like, they would have to say something like that. They would basically have to imply that you have to actually watch a guide without saying it, because maybe there is none. Wait, guides are a third-party tool? Technically. In a way. You queue for an extreme, a message pops up, you sure you're ready? Go watch a guide on YouTube or something. What do you mean, Ultimate Weapon? Ultimate was super easy. The other 7 people did that entire fight without me. You know, that is actually an excellent point. This fight has to be easy. I wasn't even alive. And they still beat it. Just unsync this at 90. Vivi says, warning player, this fight requires all 8 players to work together. Please do not turn your red mage into a res mage who wants to sit in the corner and cry. You see, the worst part there is that red mage has to be level, it has to be level at least 70 content of like end game content for red mage to even have res. This feels like a weird callback to the mount farming stream. Let's see the biggest double down you can ever produce, Ymir. Let's hit it. Final Fantasy XIV didn't develop my hands. Third-party tool, no hands allowed. You know, I think Obama's getting to the root of the problem here. This has apparently become the new surprise meme is to find to just give a ton of buffs to the tank to see if we can make them do a lot of damage just for the memes. Hey Manuel, hope you're doing well. What? Don't make your summoner summon humans? Huh? Wait, in Mentor Roulette, maybe? What? That moment when you're looking at chat while a mechanic that you're supposed to memorize is happening, so you just look across and just measure whether you go left or right based on how many players move out in the distance. Ymir says, I was following you. Yeah, see, that's where the problems arrive, because I was following everyone else. So there was like a double delay on Ymir's movement. Exactly, Zalf. That's the thing. That is actually the big galaxy brain move of me bringing an 8-man pre-made into something like a P12 normal. is I know that all of the players in the group are probably pretty good. Because either I know them to some capacity, or there's a good chance that I taught them some things on how to play the game. There's a chance, at least. So, like, the average performance is pretty good. Good night, Fila. Thank you for coming. Beaver says, turns out some people don't know that you can just unsync to farm mounts. So the story there, just for those that didn't see that chat message specifically, Vivi says, the amount of times I've got back-to-back Titan extreme fights in Mentor Roulette because someone with a level 80 job is farming it synced for the mount.
You cannot escape my
Bad. Oh boy. Could you imagine that? If I, Sunday, we'd been like, oh yeah, we're doing a mount farming stream. And instead of doing what we did with unsynced with a full pre-made, basically, I just solo queued into it. I'm just going to queue for Ruby Weapon. Extreme. Yeah. That would certainly be something that kinda qualifies as a troll stream, wouldn't it? Then Boy Zulu says, I had a free company member that did. You had free company members that did that. Multiple.
such a singularly resolute soul.
Oh, that's what you meant. That's what you meant. I was like, what do you mean with summoner summoning humans? You meant race. Oh boy. Uh-oh. No.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze. Today, my theory shall be proven as fact.
We're almost there. 4% more.
These chains are forged from the fabric of creation.
Crap. So how big was the double down, Ymir? Apparently you didn't die. Saab says summoners that don't realize they have resurrection makes me sad. So sad. See, the thing is, with summoners, it is really weird because you both have reasons to use. You have other things to use your raise, your swift cast on, because there are at low level. you can actually get a very, very small damage gain from using Swift Cast during Ether Charge. Which is absolutely ridiculous, I know. Absolutely stupid. But that can lead some summoners to just go, nah, and just not have Swift Cast to raise with. And that kind of just stays around as you level up. It's really silly. But you are right that there's a shocking amount of summoners that go, well, this doesn't do damage. This isn't one of the buttons that start glowing when I click my buttons. I probably don't need this. Vampire Zoda says, I just told them, the free company members, here, watch me commit a war crime with Summoner and get you the mount. Yeah, I've done the same, where people are like, can we do like Ifrit Extreme real quick for my Wondrous Tales? I put on Samurai and just go up and just smack Ifrit upside the head. Just... Swiftcast one of the Ruby Ruins. You can do that, but that is actually only a mobility gain. It doesn't actually give you any damage. And the reason, let me just take that real quick for anyone curious, the reason is that Ether Charge lasts 15 seconds, which is just about enough for, you know, 5 Ruin casts. But because of the cast time of Ruin, if you have a little bit of spell speed, you should be able to... Actually, I'm pretty sure that I can't remember if it's the 5th or the 6th Ruin cast that you need to Swift Cast to sneak it in while Ether Charge is still up. But that is technically like a 50 potency gain. Whereas because Ruby Ruin, which is, you know, the weaker version of this, has a cast time that is shorter than the recast time, Swift casting it just means that you don't have to stand there and cast it for all of its duration. You just skip that, but it still will hold you out of casting anything else for 3 seconds. Like, the only thing that you can use Swift Cast on that is objectively a damage gain is... Oh yeah, that's true. It's actually a damage gain because of auto attacks. You know, that's a good point. That is actually a really good point. If you have nothing else, then Swift Casting Ruby Ride would push your auto attacks by, like, faster by 2.3 seconds or so. So technically, you're right. That is something. I'm pretty sure that using it on Ruin at the end of either charge is still better, but that is a pretty good point. And even at max level, Slipstream is only an objective DPS gain because of the auto attacks, but it's also DPS gain simply because it means you can sneak it into raid buffs and stuff. Like, it's really complicated to explain how Swift Casting Slipstream is good, because it's not really an obvious DPS gain. Frogmire says, coming back to Summoner after not playing since Shadowbringers is going to be so weird. Yes. All of the jobs that have gotten significant reworks will feel weird. If you stopped playing in Stormblood, then Dark Knight, Paladin, to some degree Warrior, like a little bit, Summoner, Machinist, Bard, Monk, and to some degree Samurai, and even Ninja are all going to feel really weird. Ninja's jutsus are no longer OGCD. Monk has their whole Masterful Blitz thing now. Samurai doesn't have Kaiten. Summoner, Paladin, Warrior's inner release is just a charge system now. Like, you just get 3 uses instead of it being like speedrun as many Fell Cleaves as you can. Bard doesn't get its procs from dots anymore, it just happens. Machinist doesn't have its ammunition system. Like, there's a lot of jobs that are completely different. Like, if you, like, and the reason why I said if you didn't play since Stormblood is because many of these changes happened in Shadowbringers or Endwalker. Right, so the grand finale is Thalea. So if you want to come along for Thalea, the Alliance raid, come over to me. I see you, Cat Damon. That technically also works. Zip, do you also want to come along? I believe Gazel doesn't have the layer unlocked on that character. Thank you, Zalf, and enjoy your Unreal run. Hope it goes well. What cutscene? Is it the P12 one? Yeah, anyway, my point on the... we're just waiting for Cat Dame and they're stuck in a cutscene. The point with a Swift Cast on Summoner is simply that there are ways to turn it into damage. So... it's a little bit like the Dark Knight problem. You know what I mean? You know... Why should I spend my MP on TBN when I could use it for damage? And then an intellectual comes in and goes, you could use it for both. The TBN actually refunds the MP, and the Dark Knight goes, yeah, but what if TBN doesn't break though? What then? And then they spend all of their MP on damage. That's Summoner versus Swiftcast. Why should I save Swiftcast in case someone needs it? I need it for damage right now. You hit for 120? Really? Wow. 120k critical direct hit with double down. Manatee Eggy. Yeah, exactly. Bling. There's a lot of jobs that are weird like that. In fact, if you haven't played since Stormblood, you'd be like, where's tank and DPS stances? Where's TP? Why do healers only have one dot? Since when is Red Mage's Magic Burst AoE? Yes, that was single target at some point. What do you mean Black Mage can cast their fire spells for free if they're in Umbral Ice and vice versa? There's so many changes. I think we're one healer short. In before we get 3 healers. Oh, Cat Damon switched. Now we have 2 healers now. I think that happened last time. Last time I did something like that. I was like, all right, we're a healer short. Bam, 4 healers. Okay, we're 2 healers long. Oh, instant. Nice. Frogmire says, honestly, the thing I'm the most sad about is that I can't have carbuncles at 90. Same. I want... Never mind. I want to be able to glamour my giant Ifrit, my giant Titan, my giant Garuda to be giant Carbis, please. I just want them to like plop down on their bellies, just and then just cast their spell just the same. That's what I want. I don't want to summon big elemental primals. I just want to summon weird fox, cat, dog things. To cast a spell. Like I mean it's fair. That should be the minimum, right, Frogmire? Before level 90, you summoned a small Eggy, and you could replace that with a small Kabi. Now you get a giant summon, like an actual primal summon. So surely you should get a primal Kabi. I'll settle for a P5 proto Kabi as well. Like we can do that. That'll work. Just give it to me in multiple colors. Not Reliant says I want the summon to stop being a useless cosmetic. Also fair. Would be nice if they did a little bit more.
Come, mortals. Make your way through our watery sanctum.
The Guardian Soldier says, the icons are fine, but those things, they scare me. Are you ready for big raid-wide explosions? Yep, that sounds about right, Obama. If you have Devilment, it is a good idea to like stockpile 3 of your feathers for fan dance for your Devilment. But every time you hit 4, it's generally a good idea to like just dump one, just throw one out the window, because it's better than sitting on 4, actually proccing getting an extra one, but there's no space for it, you just don't get one. So like stockpile 3 of them and then use them in bursts during Devilment. The 4th one you just toss whenever you get it. Yeah, didn't you know, Emir? We have Obama in the chat. We have one of the many incarnations of Obama. That sounds about right, Obama. I just want to announce to all of you that Obama in the chat says that he's the bestest version of Obama. So there you go. Nobody says an ex-president can't play MMOs. That is true. That is true. There is a possibility that it is actually Obama. There's a non-zero chance. And the biggest, the funniest part of all that is that you might go, well, he probably just wouldn't call himself Obama on YouTube. But that's the entire point. No one would believe it if he actually did. So that it's the ultimate, it's the perfect disguise. Just disguise yourself as literally yourself. I'm sorry, Obama. Ah!
Of ignorance be cleansed. Join me in deepest knowledge.
Gazel, this is a dancer who can't double weave all the time. I have to spend my feathers before burst windows. That also makes sense. If you can't double weave, it might be hard to spend the feathers on time. I don't really have any good suggestions there, but I do think that your own solution of going, well, I guess I'll just not stockpile a lot of feathers for burst might be a decent one.
Seek new perspectives, and you shall find new paths. Small wonder the others have exalted so.
Small wonder. Does anyone know what exalted means with a U, not an A? Exalted. I don't. Just occurred to me. I don't know what that means. Oh, watch out for the balls.
Tis time.
No, exactly spelled like that, Femboy Zoodles, just with a U instead of an A.
Share with me your ruminations.
Past tense. Right. Don't stand on the... I could have moved a little later. Past tense. Exalted past particle. Exalted feel or show triumphant elation or jubilation. Ah, thank you. it was the Google speedrun. We have to step to the right and like right after we can move again. Hey Silvermint, hope you're doing well.
Prove to me the wisdom of man.
They really busted out the thesaurus for this one. I feel like that Final Fantasy XIV is a lot like that. Like a lot like that.
Us enlighten one another.
I feel like it's a pretty common occurrence that people are like, I have learned so many words since I started playing Final Fantasy XIV.
Wise children.
Meanwhile, if there's one word you would never learn by playing Final Fantasy XIV, it's please.
Come then.
That's not what we say around say in Austria. We just say pray.
Have you got the stones to face the navigator? Come on.
Talk to Rianjay.
Waiting. Let me prepare a suitable stage for our union. I'll teach you the ways of navigation.
That moment when you put on the tank stance to grab the attention, a different tank takes over, and then you're sitting there hoping that you don't over aggro because you don't have time to weave tank stance off.
Can you contend with she who rules the tides?
What does... Actually, now that you mention it, Obama, what does preternatural mean? Another one of those. The greed. The greed. I got the best part of my burst out. You can't unblade of valor yourself. Take that. But my royal authority combo ended. Beyond what is normal or natural. You know, I will say that preternatural does sound like a word that would be pretty normal to hear in a universe like Final Fantasy, doesn't it? Like when you really think about it, that kind of makes sense. That would be a weirdly common word to hear. Especially in the company of the Warrior of Light. Like every time the player character appears somewhere, things just start happening. Yeah.
I trust you don't mind if they play too.
For Dolan Xenos as preternatural. Yeah, I guess so. Indeed.
Join us in the excitement.
Traverse comes with a good counterpoint. Would it though? If crazy happens all the time, would it be crazy? Would that become normal? Well, you're right. That is also. I feel like that's why it makes sense that when I added the, it would be a normal thing to hear as the Warrior of Light. Every time you show up somewhere, stuff starts happening. And as far as we're concerned, it feels like everywhere we go, crazy stuff starts happening. But maybe we're the problem.
That's the way, my clever serpents.
Whoops. I should not have done that.
Feel the might of the navigator. Go on, my pets. Don't be shy.
The greed! Round 2. More greed!
Boundless as the ocean.
What's happening to my alliance? Are you all alright?
Swim free, my pet.
That is the saddest time to get raised. Meanwhile, over there, Ham with the ultra galaxy brain.
To seek new horizons, you must come together as one. It falls to you and yours to navigate the seas ahead.
After all this time, it feels strange calling to you thus.
Yeah, exactly, Cat. And Traverse says, I can see it now, NPC. The world is ending! Save us, Warrior of Light. Sure, I can do that. Again?
For making it.
Why are you not freaking out about this? Nah. It's just a Tuesday.
Till our journey together must end. I am the last of us.
It is Tuesday, exactly, Mia. It is indeed Tuesday.
Strong are they who roam.
And also very true, Obama. Very true that as a boss, it would feel like actually. I believe the I don't think it's an official thing, but I believe the way that that it is sort of implied that it works, that you can fail a boss and then just, you know, stand up and go again, like we do in the actual game, is because all of your failures are like you had like getting, you know, the echo moment, and you see, oh, don't do that. Like, you see yourself wiping. And the only time, like, the only thing that actually happens is whatever you do in the clear. Which means that, like, if that is actually, like, how the story is told, then it means that the player character just seems like an absolute genius that can see the future. I don't know if they've outright said that, BB, but they've actually made the same implication, because when Fordola gets her eye, she specifically gets the ability to, like, react just before attacks hit her. Like, almost like she can see the orange marker from attacks. Like we can. So, like, the thing is, I don't think they've outright said that that's what it is, but it makes perfect sense that that's what it is. Given that we've seen that Fordola can do that.
Wind, guide my arrow.
That's also an interesting point, don't worry, that technically a lot of content, it's sort of implied that you, like, sort of suggested that you just soloed it because you didn't bring anyone. Fordola has spider sense. Aha!
You can overcome this. I know you can. Arise! Your prayers have given
Hit Fordola with a raid. Yeah, see, that's what we should have done. We didn't need that fancy schmancy device that Rianje gave us and stuff. We just needed to spam raid wides at her.
Grant us our heart's desire. Stay not your steps.
That is also true, as Extremes and Savage are non-canon. This is something that some players, like some people, kind of miss. It's because, like, the game doesn't outright say it's not, like, it's not canon. What the game says is all Extremes and Savages are either... Oh, that's incredibly convenient. They're all retellings from either a wandering minstrel, a bard, or it's like a simulation. Like, for example, Omega is just a simulation where, like, they embellish what actually happens. So everything that happens in a Savage encounter or an Extreme encounter, not real. Ultimates are also not real. The minstrel is supposed to look like Yoshi P, right? I do believe so, yes.
I'm glad that it was you who came to us.
Yeah. Nice, Tristan.
Here our journey ends.
Yeah, exactly, Obama. It's like, for the most part, many trials are like the reason why many trials in earlier parts of the game are implied that you're alone is partly because many of the fights, the reason why you're doing it and the NPCs are not, is because it's a primal. If you just bring some rando to do the fight, then they'll just become tempered. So you can't just bring anyone. But who are you bringing? You're the... Nice job. You almost had me. Like, you're the fancy warrior of light. There's a reason why you can do it. So if you could just bring any rando from down the street to help you, then what's special about the echo and all that, right? And the blessing of light.
You're back. The Omnivores. It's suddenly
Exactly, Vivi. It's like 12 mechanics that can one-shot you, and I'm guessing the reason... And this is just a guess on my part.
Those ones, I leave to you.
Because, like, that one I never heard much talk about. But my guess, the reason why you can't actually see many of the orange telegraphs in Extremes and Savage is maybe because the Wandering Minstrel does not actually know you can do that. So he doesn't include it in the story. That would explain that at least. But I don't think I've heard anyone else talk about that, so I don't know if that makes any sense.
It seems we're being summoned.
And then the Warrior of Light gets one shot by a massive laser.
I will stay here with the others.
But then he lived. But then the Warrior of Light lived. I died. Oh. But I lived! And then this Warrior of Light used a super cool limit break 8 times in a row. Yeah. Oh boy. When all the interrupt have been spent. I'm very confused how the mob that the mob that I'm focusing my damage on primarily is the one I don't have aggro on. How does that work? On-sync version. And then the Warrior of Light walked up, smacked the boss in the face. The end. Yep. That is basically me doing old enough content as like a samurai. It's just walks up to Ifrit, just cuts him in half.
Come, children. Fulfill our final wish. See every last Lotus returns to the star.
That is just imagining how the Wandering Minstrel actually explains the story is pretty funny. And then the Warrior of Light walked up to Ifrit, cut him in half. And then Wandering Minstrel versus Coils of Bahamut. And then the Warrior of Light summoned Bahamut and called for it to cast Achmon on Bahamut.
Fight with all your being.
And the Scions are not included in that fight. Just, they weren't there. And then the Warrior of Light accidentally jumped off the map with their dragoon leap. Oops. And then they got raised by one of their random adventuring buddies. Blarg! Blarg! And donut! Certified Dragoon moment, yep.
Blessings be upon their fairest.
And then, while the enemy was talking, the Warrior of Light did the lop hop. Yes. That's how it went. Well, he is a Dragoon. We expect nothing less. He performed the dance, the traditional dance of the Dragoon, which is to jump off the arena. Ooh. Why does the minstrel wander? Because they don't believe him anywhere. I mean, he does embellish those stories a little bit too much at times, doesn't he? I mean, it gets a little much when he keeps just adding to it. Like someone who was like in the area is like, I'm pretty sure, I'm reasonably certain that the entire universe didn't like change around him. And then they fought. I'm pretty sure that didn't happen. Like, mostly sure? What do you mean? I'm sure this is how it went. Meanwhile, remember, this is canon. This part is real. Yeah, there's a lot of people that agree on the suggestion that given what we see in the Eden raid story, that as Vivi says, either the Warrior of Light, the player character, is a massive troll, or they might have severe concussion or bad memory. Because we're the ones who are the main inspiration for the summons we fight in that raid. And we get them kinda wrong. Just kinda wrong, right? I'm pretty sure Titan has like a four-wheeler like that. I'm pretty sure he has that. And then Titan ran the whole party over in a 4x4. Exactly. Then pretty sure that's how it went. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, Ramu was definitely a centaur. Yes, exactly. That's how it works. And wasn't he a horse from the waist? I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty sure he was 50% beard, 50% man, and 50% horse. Yes. Goblins and kobolds are pretty much the same thing, right? That might be right, Punch Cat. Not entirely sure. The funny thing is, as Kinval says, there is a chance that the reason why the bosses are so much more dangerous and harder in Eden like that, and they get like that extra stuff, is just because the Warrior of Light thinks it would be funny. Like, it would be more fun to fight that. And given what we know in Endwalker, I mean, that seems reasonably plausible, doesn't it? Don't need to make it for the donut AoE if you just kill the boss. Just ignore mechanics, just kill boss. Way easier that way. Just get rid of the boss. Warrior of Light, why are all the primals hot? Punchcat says, in my Warrior of Light's defense with Ramuh, he always main tank, so he's never seen Ramuh behind the beard. Like, your character's just like, I'm pretty sure he was actually 100% beard. I believe the story itself, they're like, he's 50% beard, 50% man, and another 50% beard, or something like that, as a joke. But actually, you're like, I'm pretty sure there's no man, it's just beard. It's just all beard. BSR says, at least we got Garuda mostly correct. I mean, didn't she get extra wings or something like that in our version? The problem with our incarnation of Garuda, I think the problem there was that that we watched too much Dragon Ball Z or something like that in that period. So you're like, right, so Ifrit is like a really muscular man with like a really tall head, like big horns or something. And right, Garuda has like 6 wings and is really hot. Oh yeah, and they can fuse together. What? You heard what I said. Are you sure you're not making this up? No, absolutely. They can fuse together and become Melon Man. Melon Man? Yes. Totally. It's actually extra weird that they confuse Ramuh and Ixion. Like, actually, that's not weird. Never mind. For some reason, I thought of something else. I thought of the bird people, but they're not the Ixi. They're called something else, right? Ixal. That's not that. That's not that. Yeah. You know, it's extra weird that the Warrior of Light might mix up Ramuh and Ixion if you've never fought Ixion, because you might not. Warrior of Light, why is the Cloud of Darkness wearing almost nothing? In my defense, I only saw the top of her. I don't know what she was wearing. Genuinely. Oh, maybe Ham is onto something here. Perhaps Reen also just wants to troll and influences the summon. Oops. And the best part is that the player character gets the blame. A cloud of dankness. A very different kind of fight. You enter the boss room and there's just smoke everywhere. And the music doesn't it doesn't really sound like it's time for fighting. It sounds more like it's time for something else. Warrior of Light did not describe clothes for the clouds, so Reen just adds just something. Exactly, Emir. A cloud of 420. There's no real fight, it's just a weird trip. I mean, the best part about the Eden Raid series is that particular cutscene where you're just like eavesdropping on Reen and Gaia, and the way that that is done is that you're just doing this. Just inconspicuously doing this somewhat close by. Like that is the best part of the Eden raids. How to get that emote? You have to complete 10 dungeons with your squadron from the Grand Company. You'll get this emote and the 3 other exercise emotes you see your squadron do. Aiden says, Van Jeet is such a funny boss. Conceptually, Reen combined her 2 father figures into one dude. To be fair, it's not actually Reen making that one, if I remember correctly. But what's his face? The evil guy, the Asian in the story, who does it. Mitron. Yes? Yes. Yes, I think so. Believe so. He just like goes, oh, what if we summoned your worst nightmare? Why is your worst nightmare a mix of your 2 father figures, Reen? Do you need therapy? Do you need help? I think you need help. You might need help. Thancred, but evil. This is evil, Thancred. That's true, Aiden. Actually, I do think we should not forget that there is a point in the story where Fodola accidentally gets an echo experience into the player character. Like, she gets to see our past, and she comes out of it almost traumatized. So... Oops. And we're just like, oh, well... that's just how it is sometimes. If I had a nickel for every time Thancred was evil, I'd have 2 nickels. And weirdly, both times the real blame goes to Asians. So many memes. Just Frodola just hops into the mind of the Warrior of Light, and it's just Reddit. It's just straight up Reddit. So Gisinda says, how do you keep your inventory so clean? I get rid of items that I don't need. One of the most effective ways I've found to keep your inventory pretty clean is every time you pick up gathering materials, like crafting stuff, you go, will I use this in the next week? Probably not. And you put it on the market board. The logic there is that often people hold on to the crafting materials because, well, if I need them later, I would have to buy them. And the reason why that isn't, like, always good is there's a reasonable chance that in a week, the item will be worth less. Which means that, let's say you sell the item for 1,000 gil, and then a week later it turns out you actually needed it. There's a chance that the item is now 900 gil, in which case you still made money. Even after tax and everything, you still made money. So generally, like, I just go, am I going to use this item? And if the answer is probably not, then I get rid of it. And that's kind of the main way. And then there's also the part that I do this. Have some of the items that I use, like, just in my Chocobo saddlebag, so that my actual inventory looks a little bit nicer. How do you do it, Warrior? How do you do it, Warrior of Light? It's just the Warrior of Light going, exactly. I don't know. Punchcat says, I read a YouTube comment that pointed out Reen's only frame of reference for Dragon was the one Ranjit has, so for the Shiva summon, she's just like, I guess people just wear them. That's pretty funny, but then again we just circle back for a second to say, remember, it is not canon. It's a savage fight. But other than that, funny. That's pretty good. It's actually a pretty widespread problem, Suki's in that. Like, it's just not you who has inventory problems. But I do recommend going through your inventory and going, do I need this? Do I need this? Do I need this? Will I use this? Like, one thing that I think is kind of common is, like, I'm stockpiling some of my grade 10 materia, but I'm not going to use this. And because I'm not using any crafted gear, I'm not going to use this. So I'm going to sell those after the stream. Just to, like, give some examples. That is actually also a good point, Bibi. And there is, of course, no dragons on the first, because they came after the Sundering. Are you really playing Final Fantasy if you aren't clearing your inventory mid-duty? It is, as I said, in regards to the inventory stuff, some of the most common things that I have seen when people have, like, shown their inventories and there's, like, just a lot of stuff, it's a combination of items they've just not gotten rid of, crafting materials that they might need one day, some items they actually might need, like materia and such, and there's also the, like, just random totems and things. And the weirdest one is when people, like, lug around, like, an entire a quarter of their inventory with glamour items. Like, oh, what if I need this sword? And, like, I mean, you're not going to need 5 swords for glamour. Surely 1 or 2 is plenty. Although I have seen some people that change their outfit very regularly, where I can see why it might make more sense to have multiple. But you do have extra weapon space. Like, I have a weapon for every job, and I still have like 20 extra slots. Also, that one, Gazel, random food items. And the thing that happens, because all of these things individually that I listed, and also others added to, all of these things individually does not lead to a situation where your inventory gets overfilled with stuff. The problem is that eventually you have so much stuff that you're not sure which of the items you decided to keep. Like, I have seen cases where people are like, I don't know what to throw out on in my inventory, and I see something like this. Like, are you sure you need all of those green gear pieces in your inventory? And it's because as your inventory just gets filled all over the place, you're not sure which ones of the items are supposed to be there and which ones just landed there. I've had the same problem with my armory chest. The reason why all of my actual gear to keep, which has a lot of glamour items actually, is at the bottom, is specifically because items enter at the top. So if something happens to enter my armory chest, they don't much anymore, they end up there. So I go, I don't need this. But if I am in the situation where I get so many items of a specific type that it actually fills up, I might have a hard time, like, at a glance going, do I plan to keep this? Why do I have this? Why do I have this? Well, those are blue mage helmets, but you get my point, right? Like that. I don't know why those items are there. Because they, like, merged with the things that were actually meant to be kept. And that's when the problems really arrive, in my experience. So you need to keep it down so that you don't get overwhelmed. And then there's also the final part, which is the most important part. The reason why a lot of exactly, the horses are to scale. That is true, Emir. The most important part is that part of the reason why people's inventories get filled up is because this much, like a quarter of your inventory, that takes a little bit to sort out, right? This much, like half of your inventory, takes at least twice as long to sort out. But if you have like 75% of your inventory needs to be cleaned out, that takes a while. Like, I think it was in Heavensward parts of the story where we had, I can't remember if it was Heavensward or Stormblood, where we actually had like an hour, if it wasn't nearly 2 hours on Small Kai, where I was just sitting there, I think it was an hour, where I was just throwing out stuff, like selling it, putting it on market board, like getting rid of stuff, because that, like, I didn't have any more space. Like, I actually had items from here to here. Some of them I needed, most of them probably not, and just had to get rid of all of it. I've also had problems on Small Kai where I had to, like, go and get rid of chest pieces or helmets or whatever for the same reason. Like, I do recommend, when you go through it, to see what you can do to get the most out of the items when you get rid of them. Like, if you have crafters, this is an option. It is not always the best option, because you can also throw these items at the Grand Company for seals, which is often more consistent. But if you have different options, explore them. But you don't have to, like, use the best option every time. Like, for example, grade 9 materia has a tendency to sell for close to their vendor price. So there's no point in putting them on market. Because most days in a week, they are better sold to the to a vendor rather than put on market. So don't, like, just sell those, but check on your day, like on your server, to see how that it looks where you are, your specific situation, before you do that. What do you mean I don't need 99 Adel goat skins? And thank you, Kinmao. But it tends to be the case when you're playing through the MSQ that you have a lot more stuff because like it just accumulates. You get random food items that you didn't specifically plan for. You get random dye that you didn't plan to have. Meanwhile, I'm here, like this. You can see this is stuff I want to have because like, I mean, you can see that it's stuff that I want to have because I have a lot of it, right? You can see that. But you can see that like this is the part I'm keeping, this is the part I'm throwing away. But you have to clean it first. Like you have to clean your inventory first, and the scariest part about your inventory like accumulating like this is that the longer you wait with cleaning your inventory, the longer it's going to take to clean it, and the longer an item is going to have been there. And if an item has been in your inventory for long enough, you'll land in a situation where you're like, why do I have this? I know why I have this. It's because of the because of this, right? I haven't done that yet. But once I've done this, these are going out. And like you'll be like, if I don't get that done at some point, months from now I'll be looking at my inventory and be like, why do I have ragworms? I don't remember. Maybe I'll remember tomorrow. And then just not do anything about it. And then the next day, I might be like, why is it I do have ragworms? Why do I have ragworms? I don't remember. Did I want to do ocean fishing? Why did I want to do ocean fishing? I have the mount. Huh? I don't know. And eventually, days or weeks or something later, I'll be like, I don't think I'm going to use these. And then just throw them out or sell them to a vendor or something. Because they're not going to get used. That's why, specifically, my advice is to go look at an item and go, will I use this in the next week? And if the answer is no, figure out what you're going to do with it. And the reason why I say figure out what to do with it is because you might go, will I use this in the next week? No, probably not, but if you don't have the mount yet, it's kind of nice to have 53 of those totems, so you should probably hold on to that. So that's why I say figure out what you're going to do with it, not necessarily just toss it. But consider what you'll do with it instead of just repeatedly going, well, I might need it. If you can come up with a good reason why you keep it, then you keep it. If you go, I don't know what I'll use it for, but maybe I'll need it, and then a week passes and you look at it again and go, well, maybe I'll need it, you might have to go, well, I didn't use it for a week, so probably I don't need it. So that's something you can do. I generally recommend doing this more with items you can easily replace. Right? Like with totems, you have to do the particular encounter to get more totems, but like with materia, you can just buy them. Like you can just buy more. Problem solved. Liv says, no, I'm gonna need this beastkin blood. I believe those usually buy for 1 gil. And these bat wings also usually bought for about 1 gil. Eventually. Will I use this Skull's Claw in the next... What is Skull's Claw for? Oh. Maybe you don't want to do that. Not to a vendor, at least. Lemon says, can I throw the level 1 materia? My recommendation is always that if you're trying to sell something, or you're trying to get rid of something, is if it can be put on the market board, you start with that. So you go... Oh, by the way, 0 items on an entire retainer. You go here. Oh, there were 305. Do they sell for that? I guess they do. You could do that. They clearly specifically sell to a select few players, perhaps. Maybe they'll sell. If you go, that's not worth my time because the vendor price is 217, you just go right click, have retain or sell item. Go to the next item. But the key is knowing what the items are worth before you vendor them. It adds a little bit extra time to the inventory cleaning part, but it's worth it. You can get more money. I actually cleaned my inventory like this only somewhat recently. I think I made like 3 or 4 million gil by just cleaning it. Like just random junk, right? Liv says, I have a skull's claw and a yin-yang tissue in my saddlebag right now, and they're stuck there until I upgrade to a subscription. Oh yeah, because you can't put them on the market board. Emi also said, why do you have ragworms? Or ragworms? Right, so just in case anyone was looking at that and actually go, I don't know what you would use that for. The ocean fishing, so ocean fishing is part of the treasure, the Mughal treasure trove event. And when you're ocean fishing, you go to... Oh, I know you know, Ymia. I'm just saying in case there's anyone watching who does not know. When you go on ocean fishing, it's like 3 parts. Like, imagine it's like a raid or something, and there's 3 parts to it. And each part, one of these 3 fishing baits will be the preferred one, to put it simply. There's a specific reason for that, and it's related to like how you get 8,000 points. But you need to, like, you want to use the best one at any given time, right? So you have to bring all 3. Easiest way to do that is to have all 3. Genius. So that's why I have them, because I plan to go ocean fishing. Anyone want some ice blue dye? Well, I don't need it, at least. Anyway, we managed to get all of the dailies done that we planned to do. So, if you enjoyed hanging out with those wonderful people that you've seen in the chat, or me, remember that there's a Discord community server that you can join where you'll find most of those people, I'm pretty sure. You'll also find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is happening on the channel this following week. You will also see the announcement room where you can see links to videos, streams, whatever it is. It shows up there first. You can also go to the role assignments room and grab the reminder role. And if you do, you get notifications whenever I plan a stream or post a video or something. And you will also get an extra notification around 15 minutes before stream, so you're sure to not miss a second. And if you did enjoy this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on the stream, because that tells YouTube that it was a very enjoyable stream and you'd like other people to see it as well. So that helps me a lot. So thank you so much in advance. That's pretty much it. If you would like to support the channel more directly, you can become a member on YouTube. That is one way you can do it. You can also, if you don't want to do it on YouTube, I also have a Ko-Fi page, if you like. There's of course also the super chat systems and all that, but I would rather not that you don't feel forced. Of course, you only support with what you want or have to give if you like. It's entirely optional, and all the content on the channel is available to everyone. With that said, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye!